Live. It's a show.
Turn it on.
Yeah.
We'll start with a laugh. Instead of leave them laughing, we'll start with laughing. We're laughing here because it's fun to see the one-woman production show on this end and then the other men and women on the other end doing all that. There's so many things to make sure we're broadcasting live and we're going good. So hello, everybody, and welcome once again. We're going to give everybody a couple minutes to get situated and seated in, and we do all of our double checking, triple checking to make sure everything's broadcasting well, and we even do last minute sound checks and everything else to make sure everything's good so that everybody can have a nice viewing experience. And we'll see from there. Jim, you need to talk so they can test your microphones.
Well, glad to be back and doing this class again. I'm looking forward to it, and welcome. I'm glad you're here.
I guess it's trick or treat season. So what's today? Is it going to be a trick or a treat?
Oh, no, it's not going to be a trick. It's going to be a treat.
Okay.
Good.
You all ready for announcements?
Yeah, whenever you're ready. And also just to let everybody know, we're not going to be broadcasting through Facebook or any of the others. It's just going to be through our website and YouTube at this point. So we just found it was too complicated and challenging trying to do all the different channels. So we're simplifying it and keeping it back on basics, and we find everybody gets what they need just on our website. And for those who need YouTube, we have that too. So, and next month you're going to need to be a subscriber. If you're not subscribing to the YouTube channel and you're watching right now, next month we're going to make it a subscription-only service. So make sure if you want to watch it on YouTube instead of our website that you subscribe to our YouTube channel. And make sure you go to Interlight Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light. Because there's another Interlight Ministries out there in California, and they've got hundreds of videos they've done on YouTube over the years. So we're hard to find in the whole mix of all the Interlight Ministries. So do be aware of that. We are not the California one. We are the Austin, Texas one. And Kelsey's going to come on up to do other announcements, if there are many.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. And the only real announcement is just if you're having any audio or video problems with this live stream, to please refresh your page. If that doesn't work, close your browser, shut down your computer, reboot your computer, and hop back on, whether you're on YouTube right now or ilm.org. Make sure you're logged in on ilm.org, and that should fix it. If that doesn't fix it, then you'll see in the top right corner a report a problem form or button you can click, and there's a form, and please fill out the form, and I will check it every 15 to 20 minutes and assist you if I can. We're watching the live feed here, and Abe and Tanya as well at their house, so we're always watching it, making sure that it's running smoothly. So please turn off your cell phones if possible,
That's a good one.
including us,
Thank you, thank you.
to keep that focus on spirit, to really dedicate this time once a month to partake of spirit fully, 100%, to allow the fullness of spirit to be present with us.
Okay.
Your chair will hide it.
Yeah.
And yeah, we will break and come back for Q&A after Brian or Jim guide a meditation, and they'll both do a sharing. We'll take a break for anybody that's new, about 30, 40 minutes, and then we'll come back for a live Q&A, question and answer. And if you have a question, you can email us at info@ilm.org, and there'll be a notice on the website at break, and it'll give you the same information to email us at info@ilm.org, and I will read your question, and Jim and Brian will answer. So some people have been writing in during class, so I'll just announce now to please keep your questions focused on this path of sound and light, this action of loving, accepting, and forgiving, and walking the inner pathway home to God. So questions about your meditation or anything that has to do with ILM and its core tenets of taking responsibility for your thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions through LAF, and meditation on the sacred name, the Hu and the Anai-Hu and the unspoken sacred name of God. And they'll be happy to answer. So other than that, I'm looking at Brian. Am I missing any important announcements?
Unless you want to see any dates or anything, Christmas party non-announcements or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for all of you in Texas, Bill Stratton has canceled the Halloween potluck that he does annually, so that's canceled this year due to COVID. So please don't show up at his house. Maybe to trick or treat, but yeah. Actually,
Yeah, he really did decorate.
He sent us a video, and it's absolutely incredible what he has done outside of his home. So if you're in his neighborhood or not, do a drive-by. It's absolutely fun and spooky and very Halloween-esque. So, but no gathering this year. No Christmas gathering for all of you in Texas, and those that do come from afar. We have decided to cancel that as well due to COVID, just to keep everybody safe. So we will have a live broadcast on the 6th, I believe it's the 6th of December, but it is the first Sunday of December, so we can all share a little bit of holiday spirit with one another during that broadcast. And of course, we'll have the next live broadcast next month in November as well. So, all right. If you have any questions about the website or the technology or class dates or YouTube channel or retreat information, please email us at info@ilm.org, and we'll be more than happy to assist you and answer your questions.
And for all the people who weren't listening to the announcements now, we're going to repeat them again.
No, I don't want to do that for all those that have been listening to the announcements. That's not fair to them. If you missed it, I don't know what to tell you.
I make the jokes, but I also mean it, because we hear a lot of people don't listen to announcements or read the emails we send out. And please do listen to the announcements and read the emails, because all the information is in there. We still get several people writing into us not knowing or asking. Please just look at the emails or go to our website or listen to the announcements like now, because you'll get all the information that we have.
And at the bottom of each live broadcast announcement that we send out the Monday or Tuesday before the broadcast, at the very, very bottom is the next class dates for the entire year. So there will be November's date and December, and we do that for the Laugh announcement for the Worldwide Laugh class as well. So scroll all the way down to the bottom, and those dates are in there, and maybe I'll move them higher. I don't know, but they're there. They're in there. There was one more thing when you just said that I thought of.
We'll get to it later.
Yeah. Okay. Well, enjoy class, and thank you, and welcome, and God bless.
All right. Did you have any announcements, Jim?
No, that covered it very well. I just show up and do. I don't announce.
Do you want to do the meditation then?
No, you do. I did it last time. Your turn.
Actually, Kelsey already did it this morning.
That's true.
Well, if we ever start doing really long talks, we could just do it that way.
Yeah.
Well, if there is anybody new, welcome. You'll find out very quickly how laid back we are and informal. And at the same time, once we really get into things, and we always give a couple minutes, so I just kind of talk until we really start class to make sure the technology crew can keep double checking, triple checking everything till I get thumbs up that everything's working fine. But if you are new, or just as a reminder, if you've been around for a while, a lot of the way we work is really through the collective consciousness. And I know I talked shortly about this the last month as well, because we have been getting new people involved. But it's even fun. I know Kelsey just made an announcement about, being able to write in your questions after the break when we do Q&A. And it's fun for me because of the way we do work off the collective consciousness of the group, that when Jim and I share, the Holy Spirit brings forward that information or wisdom, if you will, of spirit to actually answer a lot of the questions that the people listening have already in their consciousness. And you'll notice when we do Q&A, the questions that are asked, a lot of those questions were actually answered in the sharings we do beforehand. That's always fun for me because it's always there. And this is where I have a lot of fun doing this, because it's such a joy to be in this flow and movement of loving. It's really in the moment. Some people would call it channeling or a psychic experience. It's really not. It's just once you meditate long enough, you start to really be able to attune yourself to that spiritual movement of loving. And with that, there's that wisdom and knowingness that comes with the soul's consciousness and its oneness with God. So Jim and I share about that journey of the souls waking up to that. And that's all we've done ourselves, is really walk that inner journey. And we share that here, so that as we share, we can not only share our own wisdom of our experience, but even draw off the collective consciousness of the group, or I should say the Holy Spirit, that through that action of the Holy Spirit in giving the information and sharing with everybody listening, that it's provided with loving. That way, the process we do here is not one that is intellectual or of a mental, even though we can give a lot of information sometimes that can seem mental. It really is to help answer the soul's longing, the questions the soul has, to assist it in remembering the truth of who it is and where it's come from and where it's going. And I always like that, because I know those are the three main questions you even started out with as a child. Who are you? Where did you come from, and where are you going? And those are the three core questions that we attempt to answer here every time. We actually do, but I say attempt because it's just words. It's only the direct inner actions and experience that one has to come to know that truth for yourself. It may seem like answering questions, but in truth, it's not answering questions. It's really just fulfilling the longing of the soul to return back to its source. And with that, I think we're good to go. Got a thumbs up. So, all right. So there's a little introduction. And again, if you are new or newer, the simple format we follow here is that either myself or Jim will lead us into a meditation, so we'll guide you in. And then we'll be in silence for a while, and we'll say it as we go along, usually for the meditations are typically around a half an hour, give or take. And then, of course, we'll talk to bring you out of the meditation. And then Jim and I will each do a spiritual sharing, and then we'll take our break. And this typically lasts 2.5 hours or so, this portion. And then we take usually a 30 to 45-minute break, and then we come back and do a Q&A for the last hour and a half or two of the day. All right. Okay, so we're going to move into meditation. If you want to get settled in at home, again, just check in to make sure your phones are off or any other things that might cause a distraction, just to create that environment that's supportive of really you going within to begin to become more awake and aware of your divine nature and just that spirit of loving itself. For this is really the action in which we are doing, at least in Inner Light Ministries, when we talk about meditation. The simple action of you going within to love God and to put yourself in that place in which to receive God's loving for you. And so just know that that's the intention that we always have in the meditation we do in Inner Light Ministries. So it's all loving. Even when we move into meditation and share or chant the sacred name or names of God, whether it's to Hugh or Anahu, or the name given in initiation, it's all an action of loving. But that loving is a frequency of sound and light, the voice of God, the light of God, the very loving essence of God. So the key is to really pay attention, to give it our one-pointed focus, which in truth is loving. Where we place our attention is where we place our loving, especially when we have a very specific intention. In so doing, it prepares the place for us to move into the actual experience. So let's move within to have experience of our spiritual nature. It can help to close your eyes, just allowing the body to be comfortable, whether you're sitting or laying down or even standing. You want the body to be comfortable and relaxed, yet supported, that you can stay alert and aware, preferably not falling asleep. But even if you do, try to wake up in that state of sleep. The body may fall asleep, but the consciousness doesn't have to. That we, the soul, that is the consciousness, can stay awake and alert, to allow our inner awareness to expand and experience more of the spiritual realms inside of us. So if you wish to close your eyes, you can do that now, if you haven't already. And as you do, begin to focus your attention inwards and upwards to this place we call the seat of the soul, that resides above the eyebrows, in the center and the top of the head, that just by placing our attention here is where we begin. For it is here that the soul resides. This is literally the place, the spiritual eye, the spiritual door, the seat of the soul, in which the soul enters and leaves this physical consciousness, this physical body. So we want to focus here into our own soul, allowing ourselves to awaken to the inner senses and the inner knowing of who we are as a soul. And from who we are as soul, that we begin this process of sharing our loving with God and receiving God's loving for us. So from within, centered within the soul, just begin to direct your attention ever upwards, gazing through that spiritual door that we may call the spiritual eye, or some people refer to it as the third eye. It literally can be experienced or seen as a round opening that we, seated within our physical consciousness, can gaze through this opening and literally begin to see and hear and experience the spiritual dimensions within us and around us. So just begin to look and to listen, to feel and to know as you gaze through this door now. Just allowing yourself to become aware of that inner spiritual light. It often appears as a purple light. If it does, just know this is the action of the Holy Spirit as God loves the soul and assists it in getting free of its attachments that hold it within this physical creation. You may notice or see even a blue or pink light. These are actions of the Holy Spirit that assist us in coming to know the truth of who we are as that living, loving essence, the child of God. And of course, the golden white light, that we may witness that pure light of God's loving as it resides and moves from the spiritual realms down through the physical realms of this worlds of time and space, down through the unconscious, the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and the body, that light of the Holy Spirit can move in and through every dimension and realm, right to our soul as it resides in the physical body. And it is that straight and narrow pathway that is the path of sound and light, that is the path in which we, the soul, journey right from our physical consciousness through these realms and back into the spiritual, back to that point of origin, or what we may call home, from where we've come and where we're going. So just continue to observe, watching that inner light, listening for the inner sound. That inner sound may be as simple as a ringing in the ears or high-pitched frequency. Or you may even hear sounds of music or nature, such as running water, buzzing bees, or the wind of the Holy Spirit. Or even that still small voice of God directly speaking to us, calling us home, as God beckons us to return. And if it's just blank, that's okay. Just allow your inner knowing to come forward. Be aware of any feelings that may be slight pressures or sensations in the forehead or head, or even tingling through the body. This is God's loving. Just relax and allow it to move in you, around you, and through you as you continue to focus inwards and upwards through these spiritual realms. And begin now to place your loving before you, to share your love with God. You can see your loving literally as that golden white light of the soul, as a ray of light moving from the top of your head through this inner doorway and towards the great sun in the sky, that inner sky. For truly that presence of God can appear as an inner sun that looks much like the sun in our physical skies. For that inner sun is that light of spirit. So just direct your loving towards this sun. Just see and feel your loving moving towards God. We're going to bring forward a sacred name that God has given us. That as we sing or chant the sacred name, it is the way by which we can bring forward that action of the sound to go with that light of loving. That as we call out God's name, that frequency of the sound awaken within us to share that loving with God in yet greater ways. So as we look through the light of loving, as we place our loving, we also sing or chant our loving as well. So just bring forward the hue within you. And I'm going to chant the hue out loud just 3 times. And you're welcome to just listen or chant out loud as well, wherever you may be. And as we do, just pay attention and allow yourself to experience that frequency of loving within the name. And so we can take in a deep breath, and on exhale we'll begin. You're welcome to keep chanting silently within or out loud if you wish, if you're able to. Just feel that loving, know that loving, and allow the frequency within the name to lift you and draw you nearer towards God. Allowing that sound and the light of your loving to go before you, that your loving may meet with God's loving. And you begin to reunite with that loving essence of God as God shares God's loving with you. And so as we move into a time of silence, just keep chanting the hue or the sacred name of initiation if you've received it. And at some point during the meditation, allow yourself to come quiet. And in the quiet, just observe and receive God's loving for you through the light and the sound. And do this back and forth, sharing your loving with God and receiving God's love for you for the rest of this time as we're in silence, moving into that greater union with God. just begin to gently allow your consciousness to come back to the seat of the soul. Just allowing yourself to come more present, and aware of the body as well as the inner. And as you come back and become more present here, be sure to maintain that inner awareness, keeping that inner eye open and the inner ears, keeping the door open, and paying attention and allowing your awareness to ever stay focused on God and that movement of God's loving. That you begin to learn and see how to stay in this flow and how to keep returning back when you lose track of it. And let the meditation be the main key by which to do that, as well as the other tools that are available, such as practicing forgiveness and acceptance, and just loving all things. So, as you're ready, you can open your eyes, move the body a little bit. In a moment, we'll do some sharings here. Would you like to start today?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm going to need a minute just to kind of wake up more. Take a little supplement here. Oh boy. I don't think I'm kind of really back yet. Wow. Well, as I was mentioning earlier, how we work off the group consciousness or the collective consciousness, it's always a fun time to look inwards and upwards to see what direction to go, what to share, and following the movement of that flow. So even just like in meditation, how we focus inwards and upwards, and like I guided today, is all I'm ever trying to do, to live that way, just literally on a daily basis, to really live in the loving. And I've just learned over time that I need to, really the simplicity of it is that all I need to do is really look inwards and upwards, just like I do in meditation. Just like right now, as I'm talking and sharing, or sometimes you'll see me kind of staring, in that staring is a way at times when I have my eyes open that I can learn to focus inside, just like I do in meditation when my eyes are closed. So I'm going to pause a second. Are we good? Okay. So that's one of the keys, because people are always asking us, well, how do I live in the loving, like all the time? Do you guys live in it all the time? And the answer is no and yes. Because the truth is we all live in the loving always. There's no time we're not. Because just who we are as the soul is the living, loving essence of God itself. So how can we not live in loving when we actually are the essence of loving itself? That's the reality. But I also know that when there's questions asked like that, and for me, myself too, it's really more about how can I be aware of that loving essence? How can I have my awareness in that all the time so that I can experience it, that loving that I am and that I live in and express? And the real key is as simple as the meditation. And as we're saying, what is meditation really? It's just learning how and where to focus with that specific intention as well. And it is as simple as literally going inside to the spiritual eye, the spiritual doorway here. Every spiritual teacher throughout history has taught the exact same thing. I don't care who you name over history, there's a whole lineage of many teachers of this pathway. Some just are more well known, and believe me, there's a lot more that aren't known at all because there hasn't been books written about them, or they haven't written any books. That's all that is. But the action itself is as simple as literally focusing here at the seat of the soul and learning to look up in our awareness, not look up with our eyes, but sometimes that may help as a physical reflection in the beginning, but to look up in our awareness and through that doorway. And that looking is really done through attention. And that attention, just like we have the 5 physical senses, well, we have these physical senses are a reflection of those inner senses of our experience spiritually, so that we can see clairvoyantly, we can hear clairaudiently, we can feel clairsentiently, even the smelling and the tasting, but even just that direct knowing of that essence, regardless of how we experience it or through what sense, is just that knowing of loving, knowing of that God essence, knowing of that spirit that is life itself, that gives life to all things that we can see or hear and all that we can't see or hear. It's just really a matter of learning how to focus and place our attention so that we can open up to that and experience that not only in every moment, but more and more fully, that becomes really more how we live in that awareness. And that's what we're doing here, is we are learning how to open that eye, the door, the inner experiences, so we have that awareness more and more fully. And the other way we share about that process of, as we call it, spiritually awakening, because that's what it is. We're just awakening our awareness of the truth of that is spirit and who we are in that. And we talk about, of course, the journey of the soul in that waking up and reuniting to come back into that oneness with God. That is truly the journey, and one day every soul will experience that. But the other way we talk about that as well is we talk about the worldly journey, or the journey through our karmas. Because the only thing that blocks us of that awareness of who we are spiritually in our oneness with God is what we call karma, or the veils, or the illusions that are there by the choices we've made as we've come out of the realms of spirit and down into this physical creation, that we have lost sight, we have forgotten. The veil of forgetfulness has been, in a sense, placed and clouded the soul's awareness of the truth of its origins. And that's really all that is those veils of illusion. We call them karmas, we call them attachments, all of our desires, our expectations, our wants, our needs, the animal nature, all that comes with the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and the body. And so we talk about all of that here because that's what we, the soul, are here doing, to have our experience. And it is through our experience that we learn what comes with this creation, with the mind, emotions, imagination, and body. But that learning by us placing our focus here, yes, we have in a sense fallen asleep or had our awareness clouded of the spiritual, that which is real and true. Simply by focusing our attention into these other levels or vehicles that we call of the physical dimension, that literally are just vehicles for the soul, but that is as simple as we've placed our focus there, and in placing our focus, we move our conscious awareness into the experience of these levels of consciousness. That's how we learn, is by experience, not just by looking at it, observing it. There is a level of awareness through observation, and it's one thing we practice a lot as we move back into that more widened state of awareness, and it helps us to relax and let go of where we've been caught up. So that is a technique to assist us on this journey of getting free of all these things we've attached ourselves to by focusing, as I've been sharing right now. But that's the key. If you heard that word focusing, all we've done as a soul is focused our attention into these levels to have our experience. And in so doing, we have created what we call attachment. In truth, there's not. But, for the sake of how we experience here, it appears that way. It's a sense of attachment. And really it is that we have put our attention here, and it is that placing of our attention that in a sense holds us here by our choice. And just like anything done over and over enough, it becomes what we think is our reality. As people say in the real world, really we should be saying in the illusionary world, that as we have placed our attention in those illusions, that we've done it so much that we literally have come to believe that it's real. And so these things run unconsciously. All the beliefs, all the feelings, all the fantasies, all the whatever's experiences in the body, we come to think that as our living reality. So much so that even when the body dies, that we are so wrapped up in our experience of this physical creation that we will even go re-embody and take on another body. People call it reincarnation. And we'll do that again and again and again because we believe it so much that we will keep creating it and recreating it. I like to call it, I guess I should say Lucifer's, not God's, recycling program. Recycle one body for another one. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So we keep moving forward, having more experience. And in that experience, we learn what comes with this level of consciousness, with this creation. And that is so not only physically in this world and other worlds in this physical dimension, but even in the imagination, all that we can imagine. It's a whole other world. And of course, the same thing with the emotions and the mind. And so we're ever, throughout eons of time, just traveling and journeying from one level of consciousness to another, through another body, another vehicle, to simply have experience. Simply have experience. And we do that simply where we focus. And then there comes a time in this journey of experience where we're ready to begin to shift our focus, to turn that focus to another place, another realm, another dimension. And that's where we then begin what we in this world call the spiritual journey, or the journey of awakening, or the journey of soul liberation, to free ourselves of the attachments of all the illusions we've gotten caught up in, or the journey of self-realization, soul realization and God realization, where we not only come to be aware of the self here, that a lot of people unfortunately mistakenly think that's spiritual, but self-realization is becoming aware of the self here, which is basically the structure of the mind and emotions as it experiences through here the body. But the real greater journey is that of soul realization, that which even gives life to the self here. And then God realization, where the soul even reunites where it has come from. And we say these things all the time, so much over and over. I've been here just doing this just the last 20, 21 years with Jim. And he's been doing it many years, and many of you have walked many pathways in that search of realization, regardless if it's self, soul, or God, regardless of what you've called it or what others have called it. It's really all a journey of awakening. And eventually we're going to discover, we're going to walk through all the stages. And eventually we're going to discover the greater truth and the fullness of that, regardless of what stage we're at in any lifetime. We're going to walk a lot of the psychic and metaphysical and religious pathways. We're going to come to greater awareness of self and self-realization. Because there's something inherent within the soul that God has placed. When it's time, that it will come awake. It's like turning on a light switch or the timer set. That at that time, the soul will begin to awaken and want to know. It'll begin to long to know its origins, its greater truth of who it is and where it's come from. And that's a journey where we will, at all costs, move forward, have to know that truth. When that happens in your life, where you just have to know, and you will keep seeking and searching, that's where you really will discover. You will come to know. And that'll take us through a whole other bunch of experiences. From religious to metaphysical to witchcraft to white magic and black magic and voodoo. And then we'll want to become psychic and clairvoyant and be able to read the future and read the past, read the Akashic records, follow our angels and spirit guides, look for the teachers and the masters. It's all part of the journey. And to let it all be okay. Whatever that is this lifetime for us. Because unfortunately, most of the time, when we leave one life and go into the next, we forget. But the good news is that all of our past experience, even though we're not conscious of it, it goes with us. It's within the soul. So the soul will continue that journey of awareness and awakening life after life, regardless of how long or how many lives it takes. We'll keep moving forward no matter what, regardless. And eventually, when it's really time, we will find that last part of the journey, that way, which every true spiritual that is taught this path of sound and light always will speak of, is that way or the path. And it is always spoken of, especially as the sacred name of God, or the light and the sound, the keys to the kingdom. That is really the last step of the way home for the soul, to journey back into the spiritual realms, beyond all the other metaphysical and physical experiences and belief systems and all that we've sought after, thinking that we're going to find God there, or we're at least going to find our place, or what we think is spiritual, that's going to answer that longing It's so funny because we think we're seeking an answer, and everywhere we go, we get answers, but yet nothing seems to actually answer that unanswered longing that resides within us. And fortunately, that part of us never gets satiated fully while we're here in this body. Because if it did, we would just get lazy and stay here. The good news is, in that unsatiated longing, we will keep stepping forward. And in the stepping forward is where we will continue the journey until it is fulfilled. That's what we truly all seek. That resides within all of us. Everybody. There's no mistaking it when it begins to wake up. And those of you that are watching and listening now, most of you probably know what I'm talking about. And if you don't, hopefully in hearing this, you'll start to look more deeply within yourself. Most of the time, that longing, if we're not aware of it, what it is spiritually, we'll first begin to look at it or experience it more as how we look in the world. And often that'll look or sound or feel like depression, frustration. What's the purpose of life? I don't want to live here anymore. I just want to get out of here. Why is it I never experience fulfillment or joy in this world? How come people around me seem happy, but I'm not? Or if I am, it's fleeting? Why is there so much suffering? Why is there always this pain and misery? Those are what we may look at as negatives, but yet when we're focused into the world, that's going to be our experience. Those are literally reflections of the soul's longing to be back with God. Because when we're focused in this world, it is a world of negativity, of darkness. So while we're focused here, we're going to have that experience of what comes with here. And what's funny, when we have the moments of joy and happiness, do you really think those pleasant or nice experiences are because of the physicality? I can tell you right now, if you really pay attention, you'll find out and discover that those moments of joy you experience here are because there is something you've done inside of yourself to open up and allow the true essence of experience, the true essence of that loving that you are in your experience. Something opened in you. Just like when we go into meditation, we open a door. And in that opening, we can experience the love, the joy, and the peace that is of spirit. But when we don't know how to do that, when we're not focused there, or even if we are for that matter, when we're doing something physically in the world that opens that door unconsciously without us knowing, we will think that that thing we did that opened the door or triggered that is what is bringing our happiness and joy and peace. And so we will try to go and do that over and over. And sometimes it'll work for a while. Like a fun one for me is I love to play like with cats and dogs or little kids. There's just that inherent joy because there's not the barriers that the mind creates. It's just open and playful and unconditional in its loving and joyful expression. Granted, the temper tantrums is upsets too with all that. But even in that, in kids and animals, isn't it interesting how we look at that as cute or adorable? Where when we see it as an adult, what do we look at? Wow, they're so immature. What a jerk. What's the deal? We don't like it. Those are the reflections of what the mind does to that through our judgments, our belief systems, our fears, our expectations, what we think is appropriate or inappropriate. It's all of that conditioning that changes that. But if we remove the conditioning, we begin to see more of that pure expression of that childlike innocence, whether it is in humans or animals. that unconditional openness that allows more that spirit that is present to be more noticeable in its expression. So through observation and paying attention to our life experience and examples such as that, we begin to see more of that. But then, like I said, we think then it is through that we experience that. Why do you think people want children? Why do you think people want to get cats and dogs? Because it is in that experience that is not withheld, that we feel free and safe to express that joyful, childlike loving within us. And so when we have an outer reflection that helps to trigger that or remind us of that through our participation, we want that more and more and over, because that is what the soul is seeking, because it knows that. So we keep searching for it in the physical expression. And granted, that is part of the animal nature for the connection here. For those of us that are more aware of our divine nature and know that joy and loving, as we go into meditation or are in that awakeful state. But while we're here in the body, that part that is of the animal nature wants connection, just like the soul wants connection with God. The soul is in union. The soul wants union. That union is where we experience that fullness of joy and loving. And so the animal nature of the body here is a reflection of wanting the same thing, that union with other animals or bodies. Because in that reflection is where we tend to experience more joy and loving, even in amidst all the upsets and the fighting and the disturbance. We will keep seeking union with other beings, people, animals, whatever, even with all the disturbance and the heartbreak. We keep seeking that, regardless of how much heartbreak and disturbance. Well, that's why. Because the soul in its longing is looking for union with God once again. But in not knowing, we seek it in the world. And again, especially those areas where it opens us, it triggers us to open to experience more of that loving and joy. Because that's what the soul longs for. And that's what the soul knows. The soul inherently knows the truth of its oneness with God and the joy and the loving that is there. But when that cloud or veil of forgetfulness washes over us as we're here in this physical creation, even with that, we may not remember or be conscious of it, but yet unconsciously it is still there. It is still alive. It is still being inspired and moved and moving us to open the doors, to experience it or create it or find it. And that's why we will never stop seeking until that is fully not only answered but completed. It is answered and completed through our experience of it, not just the information. And even though in our sharings here you may experience loving, because the essence of God's loving comes through the sharings we do here, that is what we want, not just the words. The words may give us information, but it does not answer the longing. It is that essence that answers that longing. And that's all we need to keep following, is to follow that longing within us and that essence of loving, because that is what's leading the way. And as we follow that, it will bring us into union. It is that guiding light. We really, truly all know that, even though we doubt it or question it or wonder. We know that. We know the truth within us. All we're doing is uncovering it. When we meditate, We're uncovering that. When we practice the other tools we teach at ILM, like the loving, accepting, forgiving, we're uncovering that. We're opening that. We're giving it the space so that we can have the experience. Because that's what we so sincerely desire. And we all want. And so we'll keep doing that. And that's the good news, is just to keep doing that. Regardless, it doesn't matter how long or how short you've been consciously on this path of seeking that, or how much energy you have, or how tired you are. Doesn't matter. You'll just do what you can do. And the more that awakens in you, the more you'll discover that you want to do that you want more of that. You will find ways to spend more time in that pursuit. Whether it's time in meditation or practicing the LAF or journaling or doing retreats and workshops and all these exercises to stir that awake, to bring it awake. That's why we do all this. That's why we share, not just teach and talk, but why we do workshops and retreats, so that we have the experiential exercises so that we can experience that. Maybe we'll have a retreat one day, we'll bring in a bunch of puppies and a bunch of cats. Not at the same time. Well, maybe, that might be fun. But all we have to do is look at that in our own individual lives and do those things that help create that. But eventually to realize that even if it is through puppies and cats or other people or children, that sparks that joy in us. Eventually, we want to really acknowledge that that joy is within us, regardless of what triggered it or helped us to open the door within ourselves. And to begin to really find that way by which we can do that without the outer stimulus, but that we can go inside and just open to it. And that's what we're attempting to do in meditation, is that way by which we can just open to that spirit, that inherent within it is joy and loving and peace and so many other things. What are all those qualities? Go read the Knowing of God book that Jim wrote. There's like 16 or so different qualities and all these different aspects of what we share here. If you haven't in a while, or if you haven't ever, go read the 3 ILM books that Jim did. The Knowing of God, Staff of the Shepherd, and Love and Loving. Those 3 books, oh my God, they're so simple and so full that they will answer just about everything. And hopefully answer it in a way that it inspires us to want to go meditate and to wake up to that fullness within ourselves. And that's always the key. That is always the key and the hope and wish we have for everybody that watches and listens or participates in any of our gatherings here, regardless if it's Jim and I or any of the other representatives sharing. What's key is our participation in taking action so that we can have the experience. That is the biggest key of all. Like we can just go do our own meditation, all on our own, nobody else around, not even the group, or like today, what we've done, whether it's with Kelsey this morning or just when we started today, this afternoon. When we go do it, when we go inside, what do we actually do in our meditation? Do we do like I guided us into meditation today, to seek that out, to open to it, to focus, to have that intention of loving God and allowing God to love us? To focus into the sacred name as we chant or sing that within us, that energy, that frequency that is within that? Do we open and allow and pay attention and be aware of our experience? Or do we go into meditation and then we begin to fantasize of the things we want in our physical life, of what we think is going to make us happy? Or do we go in there and try to just deal with our emotions and what we think about things and try to problem solve? Or we pray to God, please God, take this away, or please answer this, please change this, please help me, help somebody else, give me what I want or need. What are we actually doing in our meditations when we go in? We need to pay attention to that and be aware of what we're actually doing, even in the meditation, as well as any other exercises we do, let alone just day-to-day living. As I began sharing today and wanting to live this all day long, it's just simply a matter of where we focus, how we do that, just by looking inwards and upwards and opening the door to the loving so we can be in that and experience what comes with it. That's it. But we have trained ourselves so much to focus into the mind and what we're thinking about, into our feelings and what we're emoting about, and into our imagination with all the things we fantasize of what we want or don't want. And then in our physical life of everything we're trying to get or get rid of. It's pretty simple. Everything, this is polarity and duality. It's this or that, right and wrong. Get it or get rid of it. I want it, I don't want it. I hate it, I love it. Or maybe I should say, I hate it, I like it. Well, we'll use love. But that love that is of the world is still attachment. But that which is loving of spirit, that when we focus into that and learn how to do that and know how to do that is all we ever have to do. That will release us and disengage us from all the other love of duality, regardless of its origin in the body, imagination, emotions, or mind. That is the simplicity, and the simplicity of doing this meditation that is just a single pointed focus. What could be more simple than just a single point of focus on loving? In every class, we share where that is, how to do it, the experiences that come along, what to watch, listen, what to do yourself, and what to be open to receive. When we can truly just focus on the loving, that loving fulfills all things on every level. Every question we have, every prayer we have, every desire, want, need, that loving answers it, fulfills it all. I did a talk years ago, and I said, God is the answer. For every question we have, God is the answer. Well, that's what I'm saying again here and now. That loving is God. Yes, there will be the day we will see and know God face to face. But just know that essence you feel, that inner knowing you have, that inner light you see, regardless of that color, the sound you hear, just know that that is the essence of God in expression through what we call the Holy Spirit, which is God's loving. That is God in expression. And by paying attention to that is how you come to know that. And in that is where you will come to know the true self that is the soul. But that is through the Holy Spirit. That is not just through yourself. It's not about just loving self. You have to love God, the greatest self, to really even know God, that you are the soul self. Because it is in your participation with God that takes place. It is through the Holy Spirit that takes place. It is through that sacred name given an initiation that takes place. It is through those keys to the kingdom. Because that waking up to know our true divine self is done in the spiritual realm. So we have to have a ways and a means by which to be able to go to or be in our consciousness in the spiritual realm. As it's been said, God is a spirit. So to worship God, we must go into spirit. It is not done in the body or in the imagination or in the mind or in the emotions. Those are experiences of those levels. We can be aware, though, of that essence of God through those levels as we learn to do the simple focus of meditation on that one point of loving. Because that loving that is God exists in us and through every single level of creation. And all we got to do is stay focused into that straight and narrow. That is the river of loving throughout all of creation in any place, in any time. It is the same journey and pathway for every soul, no matter what experience it is having, no matter what species it is, no matter what planet or universe or dimension it's in. It's the same journey, the same process. All is different experience here. But the spirit and that process of awakening to that spirit is the same for all. And that's just through loving. So all we have to do is become aware of that loving and to repeat the way to do that over and over. And the more we do, the more the loving releases the illusions or the karmas. The loving reveals the lessons. The loving reveals the truth. The light of awareness shows us what's hidden in the darkness. The light dissolves the dark. It's so easy to go on and on about all of this. And I always come back to, like what I'm sharing today, regardless of the things we've talked about over all the years or read about from all the other teachers. And I love reading and hearing like Rumi poetry or Kabir or other saints about this pathway because it's inspirational. Inspirational. Inspired means to in spirit. We have to go in spirit. That's why it's so inspiring when we read or listen to a lot of the spiritual teachings from the true teachers. Because that essence of that spirit comes through their sharing, whether it's through the voice or through the words written. So when you read or when you listen, don't just focus on the words, but let the essence of those words come out. Allow that essence to be received into yourself so that it begins, those words begin to serve the purpose in which they were given to assist in that inspiration, to open to the spirit within. We must go to that. And in the going towards it, we also open so it can come into us. We'll wonder, are we going or is it coming? To be truthful, it's all of it. It's one and the same. Two sides of the same coin. I have found out for myself, I thought I was always traveling towards God. And then after many years in the journey, I started to go straight on up, and at the same time, I witnessed Spirit coming straight on down. I was going up, and Spirit was coming down, all at the same time. So which is it? Maybe it's both, and that's the merging where it becomes one. Because in this world of duality, it's coming and going. It's loving and being loved. That's why we call it the beloved. To be loved and to do the loving. But eventually the two become one and it just merges. And then it's neither coming or going. There's where we discover the being. But for many years while we're on this journey, seeking to fulfill that longing, it'll be us going towards God and God coming towards us. And to honor that process, don't just try to be. Realize that in moving towards God in our consciousness, by doing the meditation with intent and action, by chanting the name, by loving God, it pierces through the veils. It opens the doors within ourselves through our actions. So that once we do that, well, that's us taking responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, actions and reactions. In doing that, we put forth that action, that intention of loving and going to God. And in that now we open and create the space for God to be able to come to us. That's why God doesn't just come to us. God's always present all the time, but all this other stuff blocked our awareness of that. But as we learn to open all that we have veiled ourselves with, then God can come to us because now we have created the space. We have opened to it by our sincere actions and intent to do so. It is there for everybody. As I said earlier, it's just a matter of time, of when the soul is really ready, and that longing will just begin in earnest and be so strong that we cannot do anything but seek after that fulfillment. And then it is in those sincere actions that it takes place. Too many times do people just pray and think it is a place, I guess you could call it like a Zen thing, where all you do is be passive and open and just hope God comes to you and just observe. Well, some things will happen, no question. But in truth, this pathway is one that takes responsible actions on the part of the disciple, the initiate, the soul that is longing and wanting to reunite with God. God will not impose, but God will answer that which we put out, that which we now create the space for, that which we sincerely, truly desire. From the soul, not out of the ego's desire, the soul's desire. We create that. You've heard all that. We're creators. But most people, yeah, we're creators. You don't even have to try. I know there's a whole bunch of metaphysical people and groups that do all this. Become a master creator. Create all the things you want in your life. That's fantastic. But the thing is, we're already all doing that. There's no mystery or magic in that. Just look at your life. You think it just happened to you? What do you think you're doing when you get out of bed every day? You're creating. I don't care if you call it abundance or lack, you're creating. All we need to do or will do when we're ready for that greater spiritual action is create the space now for the spiritual awakening, for our reunion to take place. Because in truth, we can't create anything with God. It's already created. God just is. And God created the soul in the likeness of God. It just is. The soul and God are loving. The soul and God are one. There's nothing to create. All we're doing here is opening to that truth. So we're creating the opening, creating the space for the realization of the truth that is already within us. And that's all we need to do. So really, it's a very easy pathway. It's a simple journey. What seems so complicated and hard or challenging for those who walk this is literally just the letting go of all that's the illusion that we have created because we've become attached into that which we've created, and we have believed it to be real. And so now we've got to walk through all of those fantasies and illusions we've created and thought to be real. And as we walk through them, to love them, to accept them, to forgive them, for it is through those actions. It's always a Trinity, I know. It is through those actions that we can awaken to the truth in the illusion and release it. And that releasing, have you heard the phrase, let go and let God? It is in that releasing then that we can now let God. So our responsibility is to do that, to release that which we have created that has veiled us from that knowing of God, so that we can now create the space and the opening for God. I'm being very specific and detailed, so I hope you're listening and can see that in your inner awareness to understand what I'm saying, so that you can pay more attention to that and actually do that. Because all the questions, like we'll be doing later, every single question, even though they all sound different, every single question is really wanting to know just one thing. Ultimately, of course, that is God. But within that is a subcontext of how do I know God? How do I know my oneness with God? How do I do it? How do I experience it? So I'm answering those questions now. And then when we get to Q&A, it'll be fun to see the revelation and all that. And that's it for me for right now. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jim, give him a chance to share, and we'll continue.
Okay. Let me get some water. Well, it was interesting in the meditation this afternoon, or this morning, I guess this afternoon. I went very deep into my own inner experience of just self-awareness, self-awakening, and the direction I would want to live my life. And I often have asked that in myself over and over. What is the way I want to live my life? What serves me? What works for me? And all of a sudden, I was in an inner experience, and it was back in a time when I was maybe in my early 30s, late 20s, and I was visiting a family that was very wealthy, and they had a private chef, and actually I had two that came back and forth at times. And so I was sitting in the kitchen one day talking with the man who was the chef for the day, and we were just talking, and he started preparing dinner, and he pulled out this recipe book and began following the recipe as he prepared the meal. And I was kind of surprised by that. I didn't expect a professional chef to pull out a recipe book and follow that so closely. And so I watched him for a while, and then I said, I'm a little confused. I said, I know you're a private chef, and I would think that a chef would just be able to pull something together very quickly and prepare a meal like you're doing and not need a recipe book. Why do you have a recipe book? And he said, well, I learned kind of the hard way, and I'm glad I learned it, though. a lot of families that I've worked for love my cooking, and they really appreciate what I can do for them. But I have found 3 times now, somebody in the family, maybe the husband, maybe the wife, would come up to me and say, that was good tonight. That was very good. But it wasn't the quality that you often have given us in the past. There's a certain taste missing, or there's a certain way that it should feel in the mouth. They just would present different ways that they were kind of disappointed in the meal that I had prepared that day. And they said, so is there a way you can follow a recipe or something so that you can come up with the same dish again and again, and we'll get the same flavors and quality and everything that we expect out of the meal? And so he looked at that, and he had not been trained to do that. He had been trained how to be a professional chef and how to put things together and come up with a great meal. But he realized that when he had worked at a kitchen, they had certain recipes that you had to follow, and you had to follow them in order to get the quality that that restaurant was known for. So he decided to go ahead and put his own recipe book together and follow it more closely as he would prepare meals for these families that he was working with, and found he didn't get any more disagreements or concerns or questions about the quality of the food that night. And I looked at that, and I remember back then looking at that and wondering, gosh, is that what this pathway is all about? Is this pathway, does it have a recipe book? That this recipe book that we're following is the liberation of the soul. And that if we follow that recipe book regularly and continually, we will get the goal, the meal, that which we want, the experience that we're longing for, that we're searching for. And I looked at it very carefully, and I think it's really very true. There is a recipe for soul liberation. There is a means by which, if we follow these directions, these ingredients, and put them into our daily life and work them the way that they've been presented to us, that we will get soul liberation. And not just say, oh, I think I remember what to do. I think I remember what to say. I think I know how this works. It's go back and read about it. Get the directions. Get the ingredients. Get the substance of what it is you're doing here so that you can recreate it. And that's what this pathway is about. It's about not listening to us and saying that this is our experience, and so this is what you need to be following. We want you to have your own experience, and then to be able to follow that experience to its fulfillment, to its completion. And so this pathway is really experiential. It's about your experience, about you having an inner awakening, about you having it the way it's going to happen for you. And we have just given you some directions. We've given you the ingredients, if you will, for that perfect meal. And if you follow that ingredient list and follow the directions on how to put it all together, you're going to have the experiences that we have talked about ourselves. And it's all about awakening. So I learned a lot that day from this chef, and it was very different than what I had expected. I hadn't gone in there to learn something from him. I went in there to talk to him, to share. He was asking questions about my life and where I live and all this, and it was a nice conversation, but it got to be much more interesting when I realized what Spirit was bringing forward for me when I began to ask him about, well, why do you have a cookbook? Why do you have these recipes? Why are you following this? And hearing what he had to say, and then looking at that and reflecting back on my own personal life about my inner experience and my inner life and the recipe book I was following, I realized just how accurate and true that could be for a lot of different things in our lives. I remember years later working at the art gallery and frame shop, and I was visiting an artist. His name was Porfirio Salinas, a very famous artist of the day back in the 60s and 70s. And I was sitting there in his studio while he was painting, and he pulled out this piece of paper and started mixing paints. And I said, what are you following on that piece of paper? And he says, well, it tells me about how much of each color I want to put together to create a particular color that I'm known for. And I need to follow that because sometimes I get it way off when I try to do it on my own. And he said, watch me, I'll show you. I'm going to try to create the Porfirio blue, which is the blue bonnets that I paint. And so he just started mixing colors together, and it was a nice color. But when he went and put it up onto the canvas where he had been painting, it wasn't the same blue. And he said, now watch. And he pulled out his recipe book, you might say, and began putting together the different colors according to, he had it written out. And he put the brush up there and dabbed a little paint, and it was the same blue. And he said, now see, I can go ahead and continue painting and know that I've got the right color. I don't have to wonder if it's going to be all of a sudden a little bit off when it dries, and now it's going to look strange that half the field is one color of blue bonnets and half the color is the other. And I thought, wow, okay, so another lesson learned. Here we have another recipe book. It relates to something other than cooking. It has to do with painting, but it's all the same. Creating the same quality, if you will, the same taste, the same look in the work that they were doing. And it brought back to me again my recipe book, my ingredient list that I follow for soul liberation. And I look back again and again in my life, and it's been the same all the way through. I've always followed this pattern of praying and talking with God, of sitting and listening with God, which is the meditation, with doing my LAF, loving, accepting, and forgiving, and I've been doing that since my childhood, and then taking responsibility for my thoughts and my feelings, my actions and my reactions. That's my list of ingredients that I follow regularly in order for me to walk this pathway and have the same experience again and again. Now, it's not the same experience in the sense of I go into the same true out-of-body experience or inner experience, but I have a means by which to open that door so I can go into experience for myself and see the opening, see the expansion, see the movement, see the growth within myself and in my awakening into the truth of who I am as a soul. And so that's why we give you, it's a very simple pathway, it's a very simple list of ingredients, but we know that if you will follow that list of ingredients, you are going to get the results you're longing for. And yes, it isn't picturesque, it isn't romantic, it isn't worldly, where a lot of the other pathways out there, the mystical pathways, the metaphysical pathways, they have all this glimmer and glamour and and magic. Excuse me. And so that will draw you into it and make it feel like you're really doing something and getting something out of it. But yet it seems to be hollow. It doesn't lead to the ultimate goal that you're longing for, that really you don't have an understanding of what it is you're longing for, but you're longing for it. Our pathway is simple. The ingredients are simple. The action is simple, and the results are wonderful. They are great, and they are expansive and ever awakening you into higher and higher places inside yourself. So look at the ingredients that we have created a list of. Look and see how simple those ingredients really are. And look and see how you can really begin to apply those to your daily life. Daily life. If you put them together, you'll get something quite wonderful. Doing your talk with God, your prayer, doing your meditation, awakening, do the actions in the world such as LAF, loving, accepting, forgiving, with yourself first, and then with others, and with God if need be, and taking action in your life, taking actions in being responsible to you, to the world, to your soul, and you will find that all of this will add up to an alignment within yourself, that you will get exactly what it is you're longing for and looking for. And it takes repetition. This isn't a recipe like you put it together and bake it for 45 minutes and you've got it. Bing. This is a recipe book that you follow every day, and you are going to get results every day from it. Maybe you're not going to sense it or know it totally, but every day that you follow these recipes and keep moving forward in your daily life, you're getting closer and closer to the ultimate goal, which is soul liberation. You're getting closer and closer to awakening and acknowledging that awakening inside yourself, because all of a sudden things are getting simpler. Things are dropping away. You're letting go of old belief systems and old wants and needs and picking up the simpler path of your life. And you begin to see transformation. You're more peaceful. You find the little joys in life that make you happy. You don't need all that glimmer and glamour that you thought you needed in order to be happy and to be successful and be fulfilled. And you get a simpler life. But the simpler life is a wonderful life to live. And once you get a taste of it, you're going to want more and more of it. And that taste that you're going to taste is called Amritsar, the sweet nectar, the living waters. And truly it has a taste of sweetness, a taste of peace, a taste of quiet, a taste of loving, a taste of fulfillment. And once you've tasted that in your life, you're just going to want more and more of that. The teachers on this pathway have said that once you have drunk from the living waters, you will thirst no more. And that's really true. All of a sudden, once you have tasted of this living movement, of the living river of loving that we talk about often, once you taste of that, you will not be empty. You will not be needy. You will not be longing in the same way you were in the past, because a lot of things will begin to be answered and quieted and quenched. And it's true, once you drink of those living waters, your soul begins to be nourished. Your soul begins to awaken and have dominion over all these other qualities of the self that is the physical. And you find greater peace, greater purpose, a greater direction, and a greater action to be taken in your life daily to continue living in that flow of the living waters. So I just invite you to begin to look carefully at what it is we have given you to follow after, to pursue, and how to pursue, and what it is you're trying to pursue. I mean, look and see, why do I want to meditate? Why am I meditating? And see if there's something there even that is active in you that is pulling you to do the meditation. Because there is. It's your soul. Your soul is becoming awake and aware. Your soul is beginning to be active in this action of liberating the soul. And your soul will pull you into drinking of those waters, sitting down, spending time every day in meditation, in prayer, in talking with God, in listening with God, and doing the LAF, and letting the things of the past drop away. LAF is a way of truly doing the forgiveness. And forgiveness is in every pathway. Forgiving yourself, forgiving others. How many judgments do we hold against ourselves and carry them around with us throughout all of our life if we're not careful? And how many of those judgments block us from moving forward in our life? This is about a movement forward. Inward and upward and forward. And if we have things running inside of us about our personality, about our physical looks, about whatever, that are judgments, that are put downs, that are fears, those are going to block us from moving forward and awakening on this inner journey. And forgiveness is a key to letting go of all that. Forgiving, accepting, and loving. Loving it all. Loving it just as it is, and move forward. And those things that are not in alignment with the loving of yourself and your soul will drop away. They will drop away. It's so easy when you do it in the way that we've laid it out. And all those things that you may hold judgments against others with in yourself, they will drop away too. All of a sudden, you will forgive your mother. You will forgive your father. You'll forgive your family. You'll forgive your bosses. You'll forgive your teachers. You'll forgive so much. And you'll find that it really is easy to do if you'll just start doing it. Over and over, I have said, you don't have to feel it. You don't have to believe it. You don't even have to want it. You just do the action, and the rest will take place. Just do the action, and the rest will take place. And that's the truth. If you'll sit down and spend the time every day going inside and chanting the Hu and the Anti-Hu and the sacred name of God that we've given at initiation, then you're going to get the results. And you don't have to believe in any of this, but you're going to get the results anyway. And it's just like taking that cookbook out, and it's 1 teaspoon of this and 1 ounce of that and 1 cup of something else. Well, we've given you those kind of directions. We've given you those kind of measurements. And we've asked you to just follow the list as it's been given, because we know in the end you'll get the results that you're looking for. Even if you don't know what you're looking for, you're going to get the results that ultimately you have been looking for, and you will realize that maybe at the very end, I don't know. Maybe after a few days, I don't know. But you will realize that you're on a movement towards something very grand and very wonderful. and that you can duplicate this again and again each day in this movement forward, in this movement of awakening, in this movement of finding that inner peace, that inner loving, that inner joy, and that inner knowing of who you truly are. I've been blessed to have been doing this since I was 5 years old. And for me, it's been a different experience. When all of a sudden, when I was about 15, 16 years old, I thought, I've been doing this so long, I'm not experiencing the world. I've got to go and experience the world. I've got to find out about myself in this world and who am I here. And so I kind of set aside my meditation, my prayer, all of this inner work I was doing with forgiveness, and just decided to go out and do the world and see what that was all about. Well, it wasn't too long before I turned around and I said, nope, I'm going to do the other. The world is not fun. It's miserable. I don't like how I feel and caught up in the world. I don't like how the world makes me feel or wants me to feel. And I want to live the life I was living. And so I picked up the ingredient list, if you will, and began doing that inner work once again. My prayers, my meditation, my forgiveness, and taking responsibility for my thoughts and my feelings, my actions and my reactions. And I'll tell you what, I learned a lot about that at that moment. I realized how important it was to take responsibility for my thoughts and my feelings, and not just leave them bare-boned out there for anybody to push around and redefine for me and try to make me believe a certain way. I learned a lot in that. And I learned in that what it was I wanted to follow and where it was I wanted to go, where I wanted to end up, and not just take other people say so and believe it and live it and be maybe miserable in it, maybe a little bit okay with it, but not happy with it because it wasn't giving me what I was looking for. And then taking responsibility for your actions and your reactions. That was another big one. I'd always been paying attention to how I was putting myself forward in the world, how I would act, how I would be in action in the world and do. And that led me into a lot of things of being of service in some way or another, of being caring, of being listening, of being doing and assisting people if they needed that. But when I went into the world to learn about and become part of the world, I learned something totally different. Instead of being responsible for my actions and my reactions, I learned that I had to live in reactions to survive in the world. And it was really very painful to realize that the world is a very reactive place. It lives in reaction all the time, reaction, reaction, reaction. And it is ever putting reactions on me, and I'm ever trying to put on reactions on other people to try to get my way. That I did not like. So I came back and I began to look at being responsible for my actions and my reactions. And once again, I found that I was living more that truth of who I am. And I was walking in a direction, inward and upward, that began to awaken me once again back into the truth, back into that loving, back into that river of loving that carried me up, up, up into God. So I know that the list of ingredients we have given you to follow, that if you put them together, you're going to get inwardly the end results that you've been longing for. And you'll see the reflection of that into the world, because you can't change inwardly and wake up inwardly into higher parts of yourself without the world around you in the physical changing. You're going to draw new people to you that are more in harmony with this new beingness that you are. You're going to draw yourself into situations that will serve that new awakening that is taking place. And you're going to find a lot of the old people, not old people in the sense of age, but old energies that have been there supporting your old ways of the world will drop away, because they will not feel in harmony with you. They will not have a place in your life that they can feel fulfilled in, trying to be something for you. And they'll just drop away. And you'll see things around you transform and change very quickly if you just really will follow the list of ingredients, the meditation, the prayer, and all that we have given you to do. So it's something to consider, something to look at. Why are you walking this pathway? And what is it you're really doing on this pathway? And are you incorporating all that we've given you to do? I bet maybe some of you are, and I'll bet maybe some of you are not. And if you don't understand the ingredients, look at them, study them, ask for clarity on them. What does it really mean to take responsibility for my thoughts and my feelings? What does it really mean to take action and not reaction in the world? What does that really mean for me? What do I really want out of that? How do I move in that way to do that? And just like Brian said, read the 3 books. In there is a pathway of simplicity. When I wrote those, it actually was a very, very thick manuscript of all this stuff that I had learned in my childhood, on the inner levels, and on through different teachers I have talked with. And then when I had it all done and sitting there, Spirit said, okay, now you go through it again, and remember it's about being simple and elegant. We want you to simplify this. We do not want a complicated book of recipes, if you will, for people to listen and read and follow and get confused with. We want the simple path. And that's what you're walking, and that's what you're going to share. And those 3 books are just that. They lay out the simplicity of this pathway, and they eliminate a lot of the misconceptions that people have put upon it. And I could go into all of that, but I'm not going to right now. But look at it and see. And I think you'll find, just in Love and Loving, the simplicity that is there about these 2 dynamics that run in our lives, and how much we have misconceptions on them. And that if we could come into the simplicity of Love and Loving and understand how they work in the world, how they work in spirit, how they work inside of us, that we can really begin to walk this pathway much easier. It's very interesting as well. I didn't write this from a metaphysical standpoint. I didn't write this from a spiritual standpoint. I wrote it from my own personal experience, just sharing my own understanding, my own truth. And I've had a number of different people approach me after reading that book and ask me questions about it. And what's been very interesting is I've had a priest who said, I'm probably one of the most devout Catholics that he's ever met. I've met a Presbyterian minister who said that he wished that I would write more books for the Presbyterians because this is true Presbyterian teaching and we need to get more of this out there. And I can go on telling you things like that I've heard about the 3 books I've written. And yet, it's just the truth. It's my truth, and I wrote it in a simple way to have clarity and understanding without all the other stuff that the world often will add on to it. And there are a lot of books out there to read, but a lot of it is just mental mumbo jumbo. It's the ego trying to say, look how knowledgeable I am. Oh, I can write a 500-page book and give you all the information you ever wanted to know about this. And yet you read it and you walk away from it and going, what were they saying? What? Because it doesn't really give you the clarity. They don't have the clarity. But they have instead the mind running on itself and on all these words trying to make a statement of something, but they never really make it. Life is to be simple. The spiritual awakening is to be simple. Your soul is very, very simple. It is so simple, you sometimes have a hard time believing it. And then you start adding worldly ingredients into it, trying to make it more. Oh, it's got to be bigger than that. It's got to be better than that. It's got to be noisier than that. It's got to be whatever. No, it doesn't. Your soul is simple. It is truly the living, loving essence of the Lord, and that is simple. And who you are then is very, very simple. Get simple. Get down to the very simplicity of truth that is you. And you will find that which you're longing for. And stop playing this mind game on yourself. Stop believing what other people have told you about yourself and about how you're supposed to live your life. And set all that aside and then say, okay, so what's my truth? When I wrote those 3 books, that's what I was writing. Here's my truth. It would be great for you to find your truth and write your book or books of your truth and see the simplicity that is really there. So this pathway is simple. We have just a few ingredients that, if followed regularly, will give you exactly what you're longing for, will answer every question that you have inside of you, and will bring you into the fulfillment greater than anything you could have imagined. Greater, greater, greater. Just by following the few simple ingredients we've given you. I invite you to do just that. And in doing that, then you'll know the truth for yourself. Then you'll live the truth of who you are. And there will be no doubt, there will be no question, there will be no fear, there will be no wonder. There'll just be you being true in who you are. So thank you. I'm glad to be able to share all that. Okay. I think that's that for the afternoon. Now we'll go to question and answer.
All right, so it's about 3:25 Central Standard Time here right now, and we're going to go ahead and take a break. 4 o'clock, Kelsey, good time to reconvene. So take a 35-minute break, we'll reconvene approximately 4 o'clock our time here, or in whatever your time, wherever you're watching. And just remember when you come back, probably to refresh your page and everything just to make sure it's present. Although you may not need to, but just to check. And are we going to play the Anahue on the break? Great. So if you want to just continue staying, if you want to even meditate the next half an hour, you're welcome to do that. We'll be having the Anahue tape playing, and we'll see you then when we get back. All right, y'all.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, you guys are live. You can turn your mics on.
And we're back. Hooray.
We're forward.
I like question and answer. I'm glad we're doing this.
Me too. It makes it easy because I already answered all the questions.
That's true. Go to the first half of my talk and you'll figure it out.
So
Well, then what are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about you.
No.
So just a reminder, most of you already know, but it's up on the screen. If you have a question, you're welcome to write in to us at info@island.org. So, and even if you don't have a question, but you need to remember, in case something pops up during the Q&A and you want to write, just remember info@island.org. And from there, we just need another minute or so just to let them, once again, do all their technology checks to make sure everything's running and working, and we're recording just fine. Oh yeah, I probably have to move mine a little bit.
I guess mine's okay. Yeah,
Is that better?
it's about right.
Okay. Okay, so just get everything set just right. Even our microphones, just to a certain point.
Brian's mic not on. That's why there's no.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I had it on. Somehow I turned it off. That's hilarious. Okay, so now it's on. I can hear that.
Okay, I'm like, there's no level here. Where are you?
Is it good or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is mine okay?
Yeah. All right.
Touching your face.
No, it's not. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I appreciate it. I just want to get a good recording for later. Okay.
Go sit over there.
Okay.
They don't have to see you when you answer. They just have to hear you.
Here we go. This is the fun part. I'm starting up already. This is what happens after a break. We let go and let God.
All right.
You ready for the first one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ooh, he's doing it back.
Yeah, but I'm going to put fingerprints on your lenses. Drive you crazy.
He's getting me back.
He is. If he's putting fingerprints on your lenses,
I know, on purpose.
that's big.
What kind of karma will that create? You're gonna, like, your clairvoyance will get a little bit foggy.
After all the fingerprints you put on
It'll
me.
be smudged. God'll go like this, smudge.
See, that's another fingerprint you put on me.
I wear glasses on my third eye. Okay, wait just a second. Okay, I can see more clearly now.
But thank God I didn't have to get cataract surgery for my third eye.
Trying to imagine that. Okay.
What did we have on break?
Seriously.
No,
All right.
silliest
So
thing.
I'm just going to go.
Yep.
Otherwise,
You know how to do
we'll
it.
never get there.
Yep.
He'll never.
All right. First one.
We're gonna start reading the person's name who sent it in.
Yeah. No, we're not. No, we're not. We want this for everybody.
Believe me, you don't want me to know.
Exactly. Your secrets are safe with me. All right, Kelsey, love coming out of the Anahu chanting, gentlest way to transition back to the physical. I'm only used to going in with it. Thanks for another addition to my bag of tricks. Also, I don't know exactly what
Trick or treat.
happened, but while I was at your Sorry, Brian distracted me with trick or
Yeah, or a
treat.
bag of tricks,
Got it.
trick or treat. Uh-huh.
Okay. Also, I don't know exactly what happened, but while at your last Sunday, I let go of so much I don't know how, but I got a new vision of the physical, and I stopped fighting against that at another level. It has allowed me to be more peaceful at my job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At the start of meditation today, I was standing in front of myself, and I could see into my third eye, top of the head region. I saw myself in white, sitting cross-legged, floating at my third eye. Almost looked Indian in nature. I'm 99% sure it was me, but it didn't necessarily look totally like me. Is that me from another lifetime? Is it an inner master?
No, it's more your soul. Your soul doesn't look like you do today. This is your physical form. This is how you look in the physical. But your soul has a different essence and quality to it. So you are witnessing your own soul seated at the third eye center, which is where we begin to wake up to the truth of who we are as a spiritual being.
Okay, there's more. I have been listening to Brian's talk on reevaluating your life over and over. I have contemplated on the word legacy that you used in that talk or another talk. What do we really want to finish here? I have also listened to Jim for years saying there's nothing that we really have to do here in the physical, so it's kind of confusing to me. I know that I sit in God's hand and grace. With all that I have completed, I know it's about service, and I have to take care of myself physically to die.
Mm-hmm.
I know one of the things that has taken me the highest is how much I have been responsible for myself on the physical. I contemplated that it came to me that there isn't anything in particular that I have to do. I am my service. 30 plus years ago, I wrote a book and thought I was going to be an author teaching spiritual workshops. Laugh out loud. None of that manifested. That was all ego-driven, and I had so much work to do. Listening to all of Jim's talks about you don't have to do anything here, you don't have to have another relationship, etc. It's all about the inner, which is what has been my focus. What I also interpreted from Jim was we don't want to create more karma here. Then Brian will say, if there's something you feel like you really need to do in the physical, then go do it, complete it. I had really gotten to this place inside of just letting go of this books and writing them. They keep coming up inside of me. It's really weird because I don't have all the connection to it that I did before, but I feel like I could leave this amazing legacy of how to make it through things in the physical world easier with more loving compassion, kindness, acceptance, and forgiving. I don't know any woman that has been through sexual, emotional, physical abuse like I have that has received the healing that I have. There are steps here on the physical that I have watched that continue to take me forward. It's mostly the LAF. And at the same time, I feel like my job full-time is unwinding. My tutoring business started this year that I've been trying to get going for 3 years and it hadn't worked. I've downsized my life, even looking to downsize even more. I've had some fantasies about moving to Belize, Hawaii kind of beauty without the coast, waterfalls and oceans, writing my books, and online tutoring. I've had a full-time job with a regular paycheck my whole life. This week, somehow, I moved through the fear of losing that and knowing I'm taken care of. Funniest thing with all this, letting go, I also let go of having to move to Belize. I've started moving forward with writing my books right now and just checking everything out. Yesterday, I booked a month in Belize this summer with airfare and lodging for $1,400. I took action and we'll see what manifests. I was ready to quit my job, but I didn't. Don't need total chaos in my life. I realize I will probably be there next year still, and what a service I am. I also know that if I don't give me a job, that if they don't give me a job next year, I'm taking care of it and I have plans. I really listened to your talks about not taking money for spirit, which is why ILM doesn't charge. I'm looking at that also. What's weird for me is I've made my money doing my service while teaching and tutoring, so the two are somehow connected. Suggestions on how to walk a line between the spirit and the physical, and more clarity about service and money. Love you so much.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and I want to clarify, starting way back. One, when I talked about reevaluating life and legacy, the way I was talking about it was all geared towards soul liberation and getting your karmas done. And that's important to remember, that anything we share about is always geared towards that. So when I talk about reevaluating your life, I'm not just talking about the physical. You got to remember, we're focused on spirit here, so don't make it all about the physical. Reevaluation is really, are you looking at really focusing more on spirit in your whole life, or are you really more caught up in all the physical details of your life? Because most people look at, when it comes to like legacy, what can they leave here, like historically, physically, as a reminder. That's not the legacy that I was talking about, or what we're trying to do here in ILM. Really, when we get so liberated, you basically don't want to leave anything here. So there's no legacy in that regard. It's about really just doing whatever you need to do to get complete. So when I was referring to like go and do the things that you need to do, was all about completion. That's not creating more karma. That's going and doing your karma to get it done. There are certain physical karmas we need to get done, and avoiding it won't get it done. That's why the story from mine back in 1999, all my talks with Jim and all that about taking action, I was just like, well, I was trying not to do the actions, and that was basically me not taking responsibility and getting my karma done. So that's what I was referring to, is you got to go do these things to get done, because in the experience of doing them, you're going to have the learning come forward and all of that, and it'll serve you. And if it is something that you're now creating a bunch of desires and fantasies about the world, well, that'll give you the indicator of, are you doing this to get something done, or are you doing it trying to build the ego? Because if you pay attention inside, when it's creating karma, it's the ego out of desire, fantasy, want, and belief, and trying to be something in the world. When it's truly an action from the soul of completion, there's an inherent knowing that just won't go away, that I just need to do this to simplify my life, to get back to whatever basics, if you want to say, something that's hanging out there and has been a long time that just doesn't go away, no matter how much I give it up to God, no matter how much I meditate, no matter what, it's just there. And it's those types of things, if you're hearing what I'm saying, that to pay attention to, like, okay, let me just lean into this and start taking action steps and see if that begins to answer the energy, and just follow through until it's done. And if it means writing a book, go write the dang book. Get it published. Go and try to promote it. That'll give you your answer. One, just writing the book, even if you never publish it or try to distribute it, just writing it might be all you need to do to answer it and get it done. Or you may need to go do something with it. And if you're not sure, you just keep following through until it is complete, because at some point it'll be complete. Whether you're halfway through the book, writing it, and you go, I'm done. I don't need to do this. I just needed to start to move that energy, and that's totally fine. Or you may have to write the whole book, and then after you do it, you go, oh my God, I'm done. I got it out. It's done. And that's it. That doesn't mean a legacy. If you have the feeling of a legacy, I want to leave my mark on the world, that's what you could call creating karma. Because that's the ego wanting to be something and to do something in the world. That's different than soul liberation than what we're talking about. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, because if that's something that's inside of the soul to really try to do something to create some kind of change or leave a mark, so to speak, or a legacy, if that's what's needing to be done for that particular soul to get liberated, well, then that's what's needing to be done. There's nothing wrong with that. This is where the mind will always confuse us. Like in the questioning here, we get these questions all the time, and I had the same thing for many, many years up until the end of 1999, that there's always that question in the mind, and that's why it's so important to just follow through until it's just complete. When it's complete, it drops away. You just know. There's no energy there. There's no more interest. There's no more desire. So even in wanting to leave a legacy in the world, if there's a strong desire that won't go away, then do something to leave the legacy. And if that's what answers it and then it's done, great, karma's done. But you see, that's where all the learning is. Learning doesn't take place. We have no idea if we're creating karma or getting karma done until we take actions. We need to follow through with actions. Just like in this spiritual pathway, we need to meditate. We need to follow through with the action of meditation. And we really have to practice the LAF and the whole taking responsibility. In doing that recipe for soul liberation, like Jim's talk today, that's what we need to do. Without doing those action steps, it doesn't get done. And that's the key. So if there's something, even that's what we need to do spiritually to get liberated, to get that done. Same thing now for any level of any other karma. If we have an emotional karma, we've got to go and get therapy and working to heal those emotions until they're done, until it's complete, until it's at peace, until it's released. Same thing with belief systems. If we've got certain mental belief systems that just keep leading us down a dark hole, that just causes disturbance and keeps us stuck, well, then that's a mental karma that we've got to go in and work with and start to reprogram. And that's where LAF is a really big key, is things, especially mentally and emotionally. And use affirmations to reprogram that part of the mind and belief systems. When it's a physical karma, because there's physical things we need to do, because in doing them, it'll get the lessons learned that are here to learn, then we go and do that until it's done. And that's all it is. You just take it as far as you need to. And nobody really knows how far they need to take anything. It doesn't matter. You just take the step by step by step, until it's just done. That's just how it works. And there's no difference here. You just take the steps. And how do you know if it's fantasy or what you need to do to get your karma done? You don't. There's no way of knowing ahead of time. You just need to take the steps. And in taking the steps, it'll resolve itself. Just like you said with Belize. If something dropped away inside of you, if I understood correctly what I heard in the email. So a lot of these things are just fantasies that as we give them up to God, do the LAF, they will complete inside of ourselves. And that's great, because all it is about completion. But that completion is within ourselves, no matter what steps we need to take. Sometimes all we need to do is give it up to God and write it in our journal and do some LAF, and it's complete, all inside. That's the best and easiest way if we can, and I suggest doing that for everything in life. But those certain things that just don't release by doing all the inner work, that's how I have used as my guidepost to lean into what physical actions can I take now, because no matter how much of the inner work I do, it's always there. So maybe there's something I need to follow through with and do to answer and bring to peace whatever that is inside of me that just doesn't stop. That's the way I've approached this, and that's how it's worked for me. Again, right up through the end of 1999, I was avoiding something called getting a job and taking care of myself fully in the world because I thought it was going to create more karma. And it was exactly the opposite. And that's what most people on any spiritual pathway think. I don't know why. Somehow that's just programmed, I guess, in the mind, but that is not the case. To get to the process of detachment and not creating more karma, we've got to go through and learn the lessons of the karmas that we have. And the only way to do that is to take the action steps and walk through them all with loving acceptance and forgiveness. And in so doing, that's how we get stuff done. Otherwise, there'd be no need to do anything in life. We would just sit and meditate all the time, but if that's the case, why even incarnate in the body? There's no point in it then. That's why we need to take physical action steps to get the certain physical karmas done, because there are lessons there by doing them that we will get the lesson. And that's the only way we will. And again, I don't care if it's your ego or fantasy. You're not going to know the difference often. Well, maybe sometimes you will if you really look at it. But other things you may not know, and those are the ones you need to start taking physical actions and find out. You may write your book, and it's not complete, and you may go out and try to market, distribute, get a publisher, do whatever, and you could get on the whole circuit and be some famous author. If that's what it takes to do it, then that's what it takes to do it. Or you may start going down that pathway, and you go do a book signing, and you go, nope, I'm done. It doesn't matter, in other words, where it is in the action stepping. You just keep doing it. You keep stepping until it's just complete, no matter how far it goes or if it never even gets out the gate. The key is, whatever that is, when inside of oneself, you know it's complete because it comes to a place of peace and there's no more energy on it. There's no more charge of energy one way or another. There is a charge of energy one way or another, it's not done. So we just need to do the inner work to get it complete and whatever outer work we need to do to get it complete. That's the key in all of it. And that's the real legacy. The real legacy is just doing all that's required to get it done. And the legacy really, in this perspective, is soul liberation. But that's not a legacy of the world. The world won't know it. That is your personal legacy of returning home to God. And that's how I really refer to that. If I referred to it different than that, I was just talking about what the world looks at doing of leaving a legacy and leaving a mark in the world, because that's somebody who's very attached to the world and wants to be remembered. That is true attachment and karma. If I did talk about, I don't even remember how I talked about it, but if that's how I talked about it, I wasn't talking about disciples on this path doing that. I was just saying that's what the world does, and that's not what we want to do as initiates or disciples on the path. We want to let go and release all of that, so if anything, the world forgets us. That way there's nothing to pull us back to now complete in this world. I hope I answered whatever that was. It seems like there's something at the end, but maybe if you want to share.
Well, I just wanted to say, and remember that karma is unlearned lessons. So that means if there are lessons for the soul to learn, and that's why it comes into the world to learn lessons, then get them done, get them learned. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just look and realize, okay, there's something here I need to learn it, and move on. And moving on doesn't mean moving on to the next unlearned lesson or karma. It means moving on to what's next in your experience and have the experience. It may not be unlearned lessons. It may be new experiences, new growth, new freedom, living more in the liberation rather than caught up in the world.
And as far as the, I remembered what the last part was, about charging for service or not.
Oh.
The first step is you've got to do what you need to do to take care of yourself and make your way in this world. And even the last job I had, I knew it was service-oriented because I was teaching, but I wasn't teaching about soul liberation there. I was teaching about things in the world to help people make their way through the world. And that's what you're doing as a teacher and a tutor. Yes, it's a service, but it's one that you should pay for because it's helping people in the world, and you need to do this to take care of yourself in the world. So don't confuse what that is. Your first responsibility, your first service is to take responsibility for yourself in the world, which means making your way, which means making an income. And the simple way I look at it, even though it's not necessarily this clear, simple way I would approach it is, if it's something to deal with helping somebody in the world, it's really more an action of an exchange of energy, like money for a service. In ILM, the difference is it's all about God. It has nothing to do with the world. So when it's all about God, there's nothing to charge for. That's why we don't charge. If your service or tutoring is somebody to help them educate, to get their grades and get through the system, so to speak, to get a job and do their life, that's not a service directly spiritually. Now, you may feel the loving of God come through, which is preferable because that's fantastic. Then you know you're really in alignment and your loving is coming through what you're doing. So I'm saying this in a simple way because if you say we're independently wealthy and you already had the money to take care of all your responsibilities in the world, then you could do tutoring for free. And then it is a service. So I hope that's clear. But the underlying karma here is taking care of yourself in the world. That is your first service, is to take care of yourself. And that's what I wasn't doing. I was looking at, I know the confusion you're going through very well, because that's what I went through, and that's where Jim really helped shared with me like I'm sharing right now. So you've got to take care of yourself first. Just like before ILM, Jim was working a full-time job and did the service on the side, just that was for free there. But it was, even then, directly about God. So if it's a simplistic way, if it's not directly about God, I would look at charging for your services. Unless it can be a service where you don't have to charge because you've already now are doing what you need to take care of yourself financially and everything else in the world. That's a way that I would break it down that hopefully is clear. And if you have anything more to share on that.
One way that it was explained to me was, if you went to school and got a degree or an education in order to go out and help people with that information that you gained, you can charge for that because you've paid for that. And that's a balancing system that's taking place. If it's been God-given and God asks you to give it to others in God's name, then that's not the kind of service that you're going to get paid for. You're going to do that for free. So there's a big difference between the two.
And this is where, to be in really clear territory, and I haven't said it for a while, don't assume anything unless God tells you directly.
Yeah.
So if you think your service is God-directed, do not assume that. Do not pretend it. As much as you would love it, the ego will play games on us. If you've seen God face to face and God said to do this, then do that. Then it's true. Otherwise, I won't assume anything. And too many people do that, and they end up suffering and hurting themselves because the ego led them astray. And that's a big one to watch for on the spiritual path. I've seen too many people to this day who don't understand at all, and they mess up their lives terribly, terribly in a lot of cases. Unfortunately, but that's often the case because they think, oh, I have to be detached. Oh, I can't charge for anything because that's what it is to be spiritual. Well, then everybody lives in poverty then and begging, and then life falls apart. And then guess what? The basic animal nature takes over for survival. and you want to start seeing people uncivilized, I've seen some very uncivilized spiritual people because that's the way they were living and they were believing. And I have found that not to be true at all. But such is the craziness in the world.
Yep.
In ILM, you're going to discover very quickly we try to be very practical, very ordinary, and very realistic according to the way the world works. The path to soul liberation has nothing to do with behaviors physically. We've got to understand that. Most every other spiritual pathway out there will tell you you've got to act a certain way. There's certain physical standards and behaviors you've got to do. We don't do that in ILM because that's of the world. That is not of spirit. The only thing of spirit is the soul. That's it. And that's not of this dimension. That's why we just focus on the meditation and loving God and allowing God to love you. That has nothing to do with any physical behaviors whatsoever. So what's the point then of trying to make our physicality as a spiritual action? Believe me, if more people did that, a lot of people on the spiritual pathway, their lives would be a lot better.
Mm-hmm. I guess next.
I think we covered it all, did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, a meditation experience. Thank you, Kelsey, Brian, and Jim, for always bringing in spirit through these classes. This little dream came to mind just as Brian was beginning his talk today. My dream. I was outside in my garden using liquid fertilizer, fish emulsion, on all the plants. And then in parentheses, I actually did this yesterday using a hose and attachment instead of a sprinkling can. In the dream, when I finished working in our garden, I walked away and found myself in another garden. I picked up a hose and began fertilizing a big umbrella-shaped tree. I noticed that the hose had no attachment. The brown liquid fertilizer was coming out of it in a long stream. The next plant was tall, like in Jack and the Beanstalk. It went up and up into the sky, and the hose kept being able to continue up and up farther than the eye could see. Marvelous. This could be done, I thought. Then I woke up. Much loving.
Well, the first garden is about the world and you taking care of those things in the world and feeding them, if you will, that you're to do. The second garden is about the soul or the spirit. And there you're dealing with two things, the very tall umbrella tree and then the Jack and the Beanstalk that just goes up, up, up. And that's about the spiritual quest, the spiritual journey. And really it's about understanding that canopy of spirit that we live under and honoring that and living into that the best we can. And then realizing that the true stalk is who we are. We're trying to live in that straight and narrow pathway, inward and upward. And just like the stalk, and that, you know, you're fertilizing that too. And the way you fertilize those two things is through your meditation, your self-study, and your service, through, you know, forgiveness, loving and accepting, and taking responsibility for your thoughts and your feelings, your actions and your reactions. That's very good. That's a very good dream.
And I would say if you're having dreams like that, that tells me you are doing the very things, the ingredients that make up the recipe for soul liberation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a dream like that. It's showing me that you're doing the fertilization, which is doing all those actions of meditation and that layoff and all.
True.
So that's, if anything, that's a nice acknowledgement.
Because they had no attachment, the hose.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to clarify that for the person. Okay. Good morning. I feel undeserving of God's loving at times, so I block the flow of receiving His love. And I know God has so much more for me, but I block the flow and limit Him a lot in His giving. I guess in my situation, I need to work mainly on giving love to God more than receiving His love at this time. ? So that was a question.
So let me just say one thing. The big part of this pathway is learning how to open and receive God's loving, because the soul loves God all the time. Even if we're not conscious of it, it is loving God. But we in the physical form, in the mental form, often are judging ourselves or belittling ourselves or feeling unworthy, and we don't let God's love in. And the only thing that really lifts us or opens us up and lifts us on the inner pathway is God's loving. So you want to be able to sit down and do LAF with yourself, love, accept, and forgive yourself, clear that energy out that doesn't feel you're worthy of God's loving, and start allowing that loving of God into you so that you feel the fullness, you feel the wholeness of the giving and the receiving. It's a twofold path, and they go together. Then you're living in that flow of loving. If you're just giving God's love, but you're not receiving God's love, you're not in the flow. You're just in a one-way street. And you want to be living in the wholeness of it and in that flow rather than just in a part of it.
So that's the big key, is that LAF, dealing with the self and that unworthiness. That's where when you have that level of awareness, you just work that process to clear that. That's where forgiveness really comes in, and self-love. That's how doing the LAF can really support us on the path of meditation. Because then the meditation can be much more fulfilling and effective when we really practice the LAF to really heal those parts of us, or to open them up, or to release them.
And there's a couple of CDs you can listen to and different meditations on forgiveness online. One is in the ILM workbook, I believe it is. And then there's a couple of more forgiveness CDs, I believe, as well as different meditations online that we have having to do with forgiveness. And I think that could help you to begin to move that in a different way. And then Kelsey and Brian have the class, the LAF class online, that really can make a big difference in how that energy can be moved and awakened inside of you.
When I asked in meditation, how can I love you more? I got just love, just accept. Does it mean accept where I am at in my practice? Thanks.
Again, we're back to LAF, loving, accepting, and forgiving. It's accepting yourself just as you are, not with any judgments, but just accept yourself just as you are, and let the loving come in and begin to transform us. If we can be open and accepting, then we can be open in receiving. And then we can receive God's love, and it's God's love that will transform us. We don't have to do a lot if we let God's loving in. The loving will just automatically push away all those things that don't need to be there. And then it's just up to us to let go of it and allow ourselves to live more into the fullness of the newness of the loving that's coming present now for us.
And that is really the biggest key. And this is where we all need to watch ourselves, because when we do the LAF, it's easy to start to think we've got to do this to love ourselves, to heal it. And that's not the case. We do the LAF to release and open these things that have blocked God's loving. It is really only God's loving that can do all this. And this is where we have to be careful. When we think we have to do this, we're literally keeping God out. That's why we've got to put the LAF in perspective and say, use this as a tool of this is what helps me to open to God's loving, because it's truly only through God's loving that all this can take place. Even when we're loving ourselves, what does that really mean? That's really the soul that is God loving us. So we've got to have that proper perspective and alignment in us for the LAF to work with the meditation. And too many times I've seen people get so wrapped up in the LAF, they're trying to do it for themselves without really God's help. You've got to invite God into everything. Everything. You've got to invite God into the LAF with self and realize the loving of self is all of that. And it's a way to open the door to let God's loving in even more in that way. So I shared with you guys earlier about something that brings me joy, and I'm going to share one of those things with you right now since she just made her little entrance in here. Can you see Amma? There she is. This is Kelsey's kitty cat. So here's one of our fun little joys, and she actually hates being picked up and held, really, but she loves to come in and announce herself. If you heard her meowing, hello. Since she was here, I thought I would share the little bundle of joy.
She's just shy.
Yeah. Hi. Hi.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to be a celebrity.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she usually comes in when we're meditating or doing something else, so it's kind of cute. She waited to now.
She's
Okay,
like,
sweetie.
okay, I'm done.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Probably time to eat.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no, we just fed her at break.
Yeah.
She's just coming in for the loving.
Meow meow.
Okay.
Kitty cat. Yes. Oh, now she wants more attention. Jim's turn. Come on.
That's all right.
Okay.
All right. I recently went back to Michigan for my 40th high school class reunion. I have stayed close to a friend from high school. We have shared a spiritual connection since we were 17. She shared with me on this visit that I was different. I was the calm amidst the storm and chaos throughout the visit. She said, if I didn't know you, I would be drawn to you and want to get to know you because of your energy. She said, the focus you have towards your spiritual awakening really shows. What an affirmation, and it felt so good to hear. In loving and gratitude to Brian, Jim, Kelsey, and all of the ILM community.
And that's really the truth. Sometimes we can't really see for ourselves the transformation that's taken place, the changes, the letting go, the movement. And it is nice to actually get it affirmed from someone else like that, a good friend or whatever, and then take it in and realize it's true. And I just need to keep becoming more and more this new truth of who I am in the greater sense, and not try to live according to other people's standards or how I used to be. And there's no greater affirmation than something like that to be shared with you.
That's a really nice sharing.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Thank you so much for today's talk and this opportunity to be in spirit with you. As the meditation started, I felt myself instantly lifted up into spirit, and the names were extremely present. They aren't always as present. Often, I access more through the light. When Jim talked about the recipe, I recognized the names as a kind of recipe. When Brian was talking about depression as a symptom of longing, I realized that what I have been seeing in the atheist I am dating is longing. I have been completely exhausted during the last few days, and I realized that I feel drained by his longing and neediness. My question is, how do I stay in the loving with another person without being drained or reactive? Thank you very much. Much loving.
Well, one thing is, don't play into their energy. They're looking and expecting something out of the world and out of you. And it's not for you to give it to them because you don't have it to give to them. They have to give this to themselves. You can be a living example of it, and hopefully they'll get it and begin to ask questions and see about for themselves how they can get what you have gotten. But it's not for you to give it to them. And, nobody else could fill you up when you felt empty. And you can't make him feel full either. He's got to fill himself and allow God to fill him, not you. So don't become an instrument trying to fill him, but rather just live the demonstration and let him search and find it his way, however that's going to be.
That's probably the biggest thing I found when I would try to give to people or do for them. That's where I'd get drained. And it's different just to share with somebody, but when you really try to do it for them, that's definitely draining. And a lot of people will want you to do it for them.
Yeah.
That's where the neediness comes from, and that's the way they create the bond and connection for whatever the relationship is. But then as you discover, depending on the level of neediness and intensity, it can be more draining or less accordingly. And sometimes, you do any relationship, however long you do it, and if it just wears you out too much and you can't handle it, sometimes you have to move on. And other times, the person will actually grow, and that's what relationships are all about anyway, is growing. And if people are willing to grow in a relationship, you've got a good relationship. If people are really unwilling to grow, that's usually the relationship I literally would say move on, just for your own sake. But before we do that, we'll usually try to change the other person first. And once we realize we can't change them, then we'll usually move on. That's how it really usually happens. So,
And a healthy relationship is built on conversation. If both of you are sitting there and question, doubt, need, want, expectation, and nothing's being talked about, nothing's being shared, and you don't learn about the other person and they don't learn about you,
they'll just go have sex.
then there's not much of a future in that.
Well, that's what a
in
lot
that
of people do.
relationship. Yeah,
That's why I laugh about it.
yeah.
In prior meetings, you emphasized how we can not look to the outer to assess our pathway to liberation, and that sometimes an individual's life can look like a mess, yet they will be liberated. Today, Brian mentioned how we are constantly creating, and our lives will demonstrate that. And Jim mentioned how doing the liberation recipe leads to a fulfilling life. How are these concepts related? What about the thought that we can change our outward lives by affirmations and treatments? Is that untrue, since true change comes on the inner?
True change comes from the inner. We can affirm things in the world, and the world might respond and give us something of what we're affirming, but it's not going to be the fulfillment that we're really looking for from within. So if we spend our time in meditation, if we spend our time doing the inner work, then we are going to find the fulfillment that we're longing for. And your life could still look like a mess to other people in the world, but inside of yourself, you know that it's not a mess, because you are living in balance and centeredness and in loving. And however it looks on the outer doesn't really matter. What matters is what is happening inside, not outer.
It's like your recipe example. Just remember, whenever you put all the ingredients together and stir them in, it gets messy. And then when you put it in the oven, if it bubbles, it transforms all the ingredients, is what I'm saying. in that process of transformation, when you put all the ingredients of the recipe together, it can often look like it's messy. But what comes out of that is where you were talking about, like the divine nectar and, the food of spirit.
Yeah.
In that way. So it's important to remember that, because I know we always want our lives to be in balance and orderly and organized, because somehow that makes us feel like we're doing things right. There's nothing wrong. We are calmer, more at peace. And yeah, that's often the end result when you go through the mess. Like after you cook the whatever, all the recipes and the ingredients, and then it comes out all nice. But boy, the process that went into that probably got pretty messy. So it's important to remember that which looks messy is often the transformation we go through in the preparation of all this for the outcome. And that's why we always talk about patience and acceptance and loving and forgiveness. And by doing that, the loving will both bring us into the mess. I say it like this because it's not really a mess. It's actually a very organized chaos, believe it or not. That's what transformation really is. I would say is organized chaos. It's transformation. Because it's being done within God's loving holding you and transforming you inside. And it may seem like a mess and maybe even reflect into the world to a degree, because all of our old beliefs that had us rooted in the world are now being upended. The roots are being pulled out of the world, and so we go through a messy period not knowing what exactly, how to do life or what to believe. That's the transformational process, until eventually now our roots now are really in spirit. And that process of turning around towards God is where it feels or looks like it could be messy. And in all of that, we'll make different decisions in life, because we are living our physical life according to the beliefs we've been running. But when those beliefs start to change in how we perceive life, we'll often make physical changes accordingly. And that's where we can see change in life. But when it's done from the inside out, that's always nice in that case. And as far as affirmations are there just to support you to move in the direction of spirit, or whatever that may be, is a positive outcome that you're looking for in transforming your belief systems and how you perceive or your attitudes with life. That's there as a supportive tool. I won't use that in place of loving. The best affirmation I ever found was the sacred name of God.
Yeah.
Because the sacred name of God is just loving God and opening the doors to let God love you. And God will do the transforming. And that's the easiest, best way to do it. And we're going to do the affirmations and all that other stuff as part of the process. And that's good, because that brings to our attention and our awareness more of that inner dynamic transformative process. That's what I found. It really actually brought more awareness to me of what was actually happening, so I could more easily go along for the ride of what God was doing with me, because that's really what I was asking for, and that's just a way to support ourselves by doing that. But it's really just the meditation and God transforming us from within. And even if we crash and fall, you can clean up the mess and pick yourself right back up and continue on, and maybe in a whole different new way. I've done that many times.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. In fact, I could use some of that now. Things have gotten too simple for too long. Time for some upending. What, are you ready to move again?
I'm staying simple.
I'm staying simple. I have a look of shock and horror on my face right now.
Wait till he gets what he asked for.
Yeah.
Then we'll see.
Like, let's keep it simple. We like simple.
All right, we'll do a simple move. We'll just move our storage unit. How about that? That'll be our move.
That's a good idea. All right. Aloha Jim. I'd love to receive, maybe others would also, a short, simple book or brochure of your recipes for going home to God. I have read your 3 books several times, and they are wonderful. Would you consider doing a brief one that we could refer to each evening before bed or when we wake in the morning before meditation? Loving.
I don't know if I'll put a book out, but I'll put a document out or a statement out somehow that it's very simple. As I've already said it. It's just these 5 or 6 things.
That's right on the website. That's
Yeah,
the core tenets
yeah.
we have on the website.
That's true. But I'll put it together and we'll send it out to all the initiates and I'll see what happens. Yeah.
I would say that is the website and even the book of quotes Ani put together, A Gathering of Love.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Our book of quotes is one you could use for what it sounds like you're asking for. That's already there, as well as the core tenets, as well as, whatever on there. But I'm not sure, maybe I'm missing the point of what they're asking for.
Well, I took notes, and Jim just worded things a little bit differently. You know how sometimes you can, when you hear it differently, it can resonate at another level. So
Yeah.
I'll show you what I wrote, and you can see if,
Yeah.
I think it might be referring a little bit to that. And prayer isn't really on our website. You talked about prayer as, sharing with God, and then meditation is listening. So
I would say the Initiate's Handbook too then.
yeah,
Maybe we could even transcribe the talk and
yeah,
that would be right there the way she heard it. So
yeah. And the talk will be on the website and on our YouTube channel. So
There you go.
They can always go back and listen. But I know this particular individual likes things in writing.
yeah.
So, and that's always helpful for people. So we'll do something. If you're listening out there,
We always are, and there is a lot already in that regard, but I know maybe it's too much. That's why we're asking for simplicity. So
Kate was just pointing to the calendar that we send out every year with all the quotes. If you save the calendars, just go through the quotes. It's all there.
okay. Hi, Brian and Jim. My question tonight. During the Lotus meditation, I heard the unspoken names of God loud and clear over and over. Even now, if I focus, I can hear it. Could you please talk about this a bit more?
yeah, go ahead.
About the lotus meditation or about the names? I wonder.
During my, I think she's saying that when she did the Lotus meditation, she heard the unspoken names get louder and louder. So maybe, can you explain maybe why this happened during the Lotus meditation, I think is what she's asking? Or
Well, the lotus meditation is helping you to change your focus because the world, we are so used and accustomed to focusing in the world and listening to what the world has to say. And the lotus meditation takes from the energy of the lower and raises it up to the higher, and with a focus. And the first focus that we do is the hue, and that's the spoken name of God. And then behind the spoken name of God is the unspoken name of God, and so it would wake you up here to begin to hear that more. But you need to be an initiate. If you've received the names, then you're going to begin to hear them on the inner levels. So they're there to support you, to direct you, to lift you. I mean, that name is the Holy Spirit manifesting in the sound, and that is how you were created as a soul. It's the sound, the spoken name of God, that was mixed with the unspoken name of God that pulled the soul together, and that's who you are. And so it's going to be through that unspoken name and the vibration or sound of that unspoken name in the inner that will bring you up and liberate you.
That was the main thing I was going to say, is the sacred name is the Holy Spirit. And so the Lotus meditation was just the door opener. Doesn't matter if it's Lotus meditation or any guided meditation or just going inside and chanting the name. What matters is getting the door open and moving into that flow. Once you're in that flow, that's where it's up to God to do whatever God's going to do with us. And that is a wonderful action to actually have that awareness. That's part of the spiritual awakening, is when we have experiences like that. And if anything, it's letting you know that you really are in the flow of the Holy Spirit with the sacred name. Because the Holy Spirit it's not, it's all these different sounds we talk about, and it can be truly different voices of God that will speak to us, share with us, chant the sacred name, chant your name, and even other things. It's just amazing what can take place. The key thing is, though, if anything, is just to know that you're really waking up spiritually and that you are in, that's literally being in the hand of God, is being in that flow of the river of loving of the Holy Spirit. I love hearing things like this because this is what this is really about. All the stuff we teach and share about and the meditation and all the stuff, this is what it's all about, is truly that inner journey of awakening. And when you have, because they're rare, I wish they were all the time. I know we all do, but when we do have an inner experience like that, that's where it's a real blessing. And I would make sure you journal that, or keep a journal of especially experiences like that. Just, it's a nice acknowledgement and a way to anchor it in and, you know, refer back to it from time to time, especially whenever you're having one of those dry spells or,
Yeah.
you know, are going through a hard phase, to refer back to your journal of experiences like this to remind you that you really are on this pathway and literally in this pathway and part of it. Those are the reminders that will really always keep you moving forward, and to trust it beyond, you know, any doubt whatsoever. And I do want to jump back because it's bugging me. The last question again, I'm going to say one last thing. Please use the website. I mean, for everybody, go to the website. We have got so much on there, and soon, I know we've been talking about it a while, soon we'll have the new one out that'll have even more. But please use the website. I'm always amazed how many people we hear from that ask certain things, and it's all on the website. Please take the time and go to the website and look through it. And specifically for the recipe there, go to the website right where it says About ILM. Just click on About ILM, and right there it's going to give you everything that was just asked for. Everything. The core tenets, the main actions of soul liberation, the LAF, the core teachings of ILM are right about ILM. And it also give our mission purpose statement. It'll show all of us, the ministers in ILM, and it literally gives the simple teachings. In fact, there's even a 15-minute audio talk that I did on there that's under the introduction to ILM, and then just a short abbreviated version of the core teachings of ILM and LAF, and all of it is right on the website right now under About ILM. So please, it's just, we've got so much out there. I'd love it if more people would go start using it and realize all the resources there. And yes, there's a lot, but the simplified version really is right there under About ILM. I mean, that's the abbreviated recipes of success. It's already there. It's nothing new we need to write. But if you want to, go right ahead. But it's already there. We've done it.
Well, if what I write, it'll be just a one-page little statement, and of those 5 things you're going to find online. That's true.
Okay, so the person we were just talking with
Yeah.
said, also with my eyes open, but my focus being in and up, I saw a sun, which actually had my face on it. And out of the sun, I saw white golden rays coming out, beaming out. The smile was the warmest, heartfelt smile. Can you please talk about this more?
It's the face of your own soul.
Yep.
I mean, literally, the soul itself is a ball of light. Literally, a ball of light. Can look just like the sun in our sky, and that's how God looks. God is just a bigger ball of light. And there's little balls of light that come out of that great big ball of light. That's literally the real spiritual essence in its, I won't say purest, but most pure form that we can really see it clearly and witness it. And if you see your face on there, that to me just says it's really so you could identify and know that this is your soul, that you are waking up and recognizing your soul, which would make a lot of sense, because what does the sacred name do? You shared earlier about hearing the name chanted to you, because that action of the Holy Spirit chanting that to you is exactly for that, is to wake you up to your own soul consciousness. So these two parts, the sharing, are the basic simplicity and the amazing grandiosity and profound sacredness of what this pathway is. This is perfect. The sacred name and waking up to your own soul consciousness.
Also, I recently had an experience whereby I felt a movement coming from deep within me around heart area, like a powerful stream exploding upwards out of my crown chakra, overflowing all around me, inside of me, and further up and up. All one powerful movement of the river of loving. It was moving in all directions. I felt the loving. It felt complete in that moment. Could you please comment on this?
That would be what I would call the inner kingdom that lines up, or the microcosm, with the macrocosm or the outer kingdom. The early experience was the outer body, or what would say is the outer realms in the macrocosm, and that's part that was just described as the inner kingdom and the microcosm. That's literally the energy now moving up, and literally where most people get caught up in the heart, that's where loving is emotionally and in the world, but then when it rises up and over the crown, that's the real spiritual loving. And that's exactly what this pathway of soul liberation is. So to me, that opening up now is letting you know that your soul is free now and doesn't have a cap put on it. And it's no longer suppressed. So that now in the body is a reflection of what described in the outer body. And that's what we want, because there's going to be the inner and the outer, and at some point it's all going to be in perfect alignment. And that's really the freedom and the liberation of the soul.
And seeing the sun, it's very important to realize you're witnessing something very, very sacred. And that is you're seeing your own soul. And the goal is for you to go into that sun, go merge into that, and be aware that the whole journey, all the time you've been meditating, has been pulling you, pushing you, carrying you upward towards that, and eventually to merge into it. And that's where you have the spiritual marriage, where the two become one. It's the lower and the higher, the true and the not true, if you will, merging together as one. So that's good.
Also, recently, I clearly hear what I can only describe as monks chanting, but it isn't that. A sound so deep yet clear over and over. Can you please explain all these different sounds I am experiencing?
They have to do with the different realms. You know, we are waking up on this pathway to all the different realms of creation. And every realm has a certain frequency, and that frequency has a certain sound. And so we're going to be hearing all these different inner sounds as we wake up and move on this pathway home to God. So the sound is there just to give us clarity. We're moving along, and oftentimes those sounds will carry us upward through a particular realm to the next, and then we'll hear a sound there, and that sound will carry us higher. So just let them be that which is going to be the instrument of carrying your soul through that realm. Don't try to figure it out. Don't try to focus on it and go to it. Let it just carry you. Let it come to you.
That's the biggest key, is let it carry you. Your job is just to focus and move into the loving, and then let go and surrender and let the loving now bring you through whatever is going to bring you through for your liberation and your awakening.
Yeah.
And this is the stuff that unfolds, and that's just where we say just go along for the ride, because you can't make this happen, you can't control it. All you can do is prepare it, the space, create the space inside of yourself, and surrender to God and leave it all in God's hands. That's really it. The inner work is just literally preparing the space so that God can do what God's going to do with us. That's really the key. And this is the type of stuff that unfolds.
And learn quickly. You can't control it. Just let go. Let go, let go, let go. And let God.
I'm grateful for tonight's broadcast and the opportunity to hear you share and answering questions. Much loving to you both. Yours truly, devoted initiate. Thank you, abundance. Thank you for all your loving. Enjoy our time together, speechless. My question: how do I make decisions about spending money as something has changed for me? I have always been frugal and on a budget. I am recently finding myself becoming very playful in all aspects of life, and one in particular with money. I am becoming more free and playful with my spending on little things that bring me joy, where in my past I would have seen it as wasteful spending. There is a movement of loving that is bubbling up, and I am enjoying and feeling safe to spend more than I have in the past. I am also witnessing money showing up unexpectedly. How do I know it's okay to spend and know I am being very cared for and know that money is coming? I currently do not have a job and I have let go of my career. I am opening and allowing to what unfolds and do feel very much a movement of spirit. How do I keep my balance in this beautiful feeling of freedom with money that is presenting itself?
Well, it's good to have that freedom. It's good to feel that movement and freedom inside of you. But it's also very good to take responsibility with that money and just make sure you're going to be taking care of yourself long term. Don't spend all of it. Give yourself maybe a percentage of it that you can spend in a way that's playful and fun. But don't get caught up in spending it all, because sometimes that happens. And we think, oh, now I can just do this and the money's going to be coming. Well, until you have the validation of that, I wouldn't spend too crazily or too fluidly or freely to test the waters and see if more money is going to come. I would try to find that balance between the influx and the outflow of money and make sure that one is a greater going out than coming in. You want to balance it. And so it's stay awake, stay present, stay focused, and make choices that are going to serve you now and long term. I hope that's clear.
And to realize it's not even about the money. It's about the inner experience and inner process. And that's really the key in all this. That, see, everything in the physical is a vehicle that gives us opportunity to learn our lessons. And if your previous way of working with money was dealing with a tightness or a restriction or suppression is another way we could say that was a reflection of inside of your consciousness of what was running. And so that's the key thing to work with. So what you're doing now by finding the greater freedom and expression joyfully, to me, is showing you that you're now letting go of those restrictions in ways you've suppressed or held yourself back. So what you're describing with money, to me, is just a tool or the vehicle by which is reflecting to you the changes inwardly. So I would say keep it more focused on the inner process rather than making it about the money. You make it about the money, it's going to be now an outer process. And that's where we lose ourselves. And that's why it's good to be practical in ways like Jim was just sharing. But even in doing that, look at it as the inner process. So what does that do long term? Well, it helps us to survive and get through this world, to put a roof over our heads, to get food, to do what we need to do to take care of ourselves in this world. But what does that do for the inner consciousness? Well, one, it's starting to demonstrate the level of responsibility, because when we take responsibility, that actually leads to freedom. But if we can see it that way rather than a restriction or limitation, and that's what we want to do. We want to look at, what it means to take responsibility, to take care of ourselves, that gives us freedom. Most people look at it as like, well, that limits me, so I've got to be tight and do this. It's like, no, those are the belief systems we've got to work through. And that's what I hear you doing with this perspective of having more fun and playfulness with it, which is really good. You want to keep doing that and be practical, like Jim was just sharing in that way. But I found the more I could make it use money as an outer reflection of what I'm learning inside, what I'm doing inside around money or around anything. Because you could say the same thing about relationships, or how you are with your kids, or how you are with your house, or how you are with taking care of your body, or how you are. You can apply that to anything. Mm-hmm. And money's just one of those key things for all of us in this world as a vehicle, as a lesson to learn our lessons. So we need to approach it that way. And then it'll serve us as a good vehicle. But then it won't be about the money. It'll rather be about that process inside of us and what we're learning about ourselves. And again, taking care of ourselves. The more you take care of yourself, the more you're going to find you will just start to relax and open up, and you'll experience a greater freedom and playfulness because you know you're taking care of yourself. And those two definitely correlate together. So to really pay attention to that inside. I've learned to look at these things literally as my feedback mechanism when I feel restricted or when I feel really free and open with whatever physical circumstances I have. It's just like my outer reflective feedback mechanism of, okay, this is what's going on inside of me. How can I work with that? How can I move that into greater loving and acceptance and freedom? A new LAF, loving, accepting, freedom.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Wow, thank you both for your sharings this evening. Right on point for me. Your sharings come at a time when I am realizing, OMG, I finally get it. It is all about focusing into soul, doing the laugh from soul, going to soul to let go of my disturbances, living in soul. It is that simple and that challenging. I've always thought that to let go of something, I had to give it my consciousness and keep offering it up. No, I now realize I don't need to do anything with it. Just leave it where it is and carry on past it into spirit. I feel very excited by these awarenesses and excited to move forward in this way. I would like to ask you about 3 dreams I had during one night. I will try to keep it brief. Dream 1. I was on an aircraft. In the seat behind was a guy and a girl. He asked her a question. When I heard it, I knew the answer and realized he was for me. Then I realized that her answer and interpretation worked well too. Dream 2. I was running in a crowd of people. We were all making daisy chains. However, I was left out of the circle. No one wanted to let me in. Dream 3. I was at a ball, all dressed up. No one wanted me. I thought, and my brother confirmed, that it was because of my glasses. I took myself home on my own whilst others were having fun. I got back to my family home. I thought Dad was there, but was surprised to see Mom in the kitchen. I tiptoed past up to my bedroom. I was going to surprise them. I got changed into my nightdress and dressing gown. But Dad showed up. Mom also came up to the bedroom and wasn't surprised to see me. I tried to put on some new or old glasses, but they were broken. Mom picked them up and told me they were broken. When I woke up, I heard, I'm going to spell it because I have no idea, Agincourt. Angicourt?
I'm not sure.
My sense is that all of the dreams were about self-worth and self-love. I looked up the Battle of Agincourt, Agincourt, and saw it was a decisive victory by the British in 1415 against the French in the 100 Years' War. Does this signify that after a long time that I am coming through this and that my old glasses don't work anymore? Also, what is the significance of Dad in the last dream? Is he associated with the pattern that I am letting go of? Much love to you all.
There's a lot in there, but I'll see what I can cover right now. Definitely, it's showing you that you're getting free of things, and that was good looking it up to see that it was a victory, saying to me that you've really overcome whatever the war is you've been struggling inside, which is around karma. And a lot of that too, if I were to generalize to say those couple ones where you went into like the ballroom and whatever else, and they left you out, all the daisy chain, and nobody wanted you in their circle. To me, that what seems like rejection can definitely deal with self-worth or how you see yourself. But I would also say that this is really the world letting you know that it doesn't want you here anymore because your focus is God. So you could look at it as like rejection and work on self stuff, and if that is there for you, definitely look at that. But I really think it's more about the world letting you know you're no longer part of it. And inside of ourselves, it can feel like we're being rejected.
Yeah.
And in a sense, we are being rejected because the world now is rejecting us. But for somebody who's on the path of liberation, that's a good thing. You want the world to reject you. Because if you're trying to fit in the world, you get everything that goes with it. That's how we're bound here through karma. When the world rejects us, it's letting us go of our karmas. So, and even your glasses. To me, glasses about seeing more clearly. So the old glasses at the end, to me, says that's how you used to see things. So there's no longer a need of seeing things the way you used to. You've got to now see them in the new way, which is more the spiritual way. And then however that was in the previous one around your glasses, I can't remember. Do you remember? And that,
No, I don't.
how you saw whatever it was, I think you lost your glasses. To me, it's the same thing there, where you're letting go of the way you used to see things and the way you used to fit in the world, and now it's letting you know that you're now seeing things differently, which is not the worldly way. So the world's letting you go now, so you can really move on more towards spirit. And you'll get new glasses to see more spiritually from that vision rather than the worldly vision. That's kind of how I would sum it up.
Yeah.
I know there's other things in there. Do you have anything more you'd add? Or
No, I think that's very clear. I think it really is about realizing now that you don't belong in the world so much, and the world knows it, and it's not going to invite you in. You've kind of moved onto a different pathway, and that pathway is carrying you upward and out. And the world is, it's not really rejecting you, it's just saying there's no place there here for you, is how I would look at it. And feel grateful that that's the truth.
did we cover that, Kelsey? I know there was a lot in there.
I
There's
went to the
probably
bathroom, but the aircraft, did you cover the aircraft?
No, what was the aircraft?
The first dream, I was on an aircraft. In the seat behind was a guy and a girl. He asked her a question. When I heard it, I knew the answer and realized he was for me. Then I realized that her answer and interpretation worked well too.
To me, that's just part of learning about relationships from the feminine and masculine perspectives. So whatever, unless you know what the information was, I don't know what it applies to directly. But to me, the fact that you're on an aircraft is usually one of the vehicles that you're now flying and getting freer of things and flying to a higher realm. And male, female, to me, is dealing with the polarity. So that tells me that you're learning the lessons in this particular case of whatever that was referring to, dealing with the polarity so that you can now fly higher because you are learning the lessons and getting free of the karmas that would hold you bound to the earth.
And realizing that it isn't necessarily so that this person is for you. It's because all of a sudden you realize that the lady with him also knew what needed to be said and that they could be together that way because of that. And it's for you to acknowledge it's time for you to move on and get free of all that want and need.
And did you address the significance of her dad in the last dream? That was one of her questions.
Could you say the last part with it? I could go into more specific, but generally that's about, again, the polarity, and especially dealing with the parents. The male and female perspective are the seed karmas that we've come in to learn. So can you say again what the father, though? We can get more specific.
So after the ball, she went home and was going to surprise mom and dad. She tiptoed to her bedroom, got her nightgown on, night dress. Dad showed up. Mom also came up to the bedroom and wasn't surprised to see me. I tried to put on some new or old glasses, but they were broken. Mom picked them up and told me they were broken. So at the end she says, what is the significance of Dad in the last dream? Is he associated with the pattern that I am letting go of?
Yes, that's where mom and dad, again, it's the polarity, the female and male karmas. And the old glasses represent the way we used to see things, which was really more karmically in the world with mom and dad. So by the broken glasses or old glasses that no longer work, saying you're not seeing things that way anymore because the karma is really dropping away, because it's the parents that teach us those lessons we have to learn. So that tells me that now you're really learning in those lessons that the parents taught you, both of them, mom and dad.
In loving gratitude, hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I am forever grateful for all you do in keeping us connected in spirit through your offerings. Thank you so much. I had some questions, but they were answered in your sharings. The gem I will walk with to get me back on track is Jim's sharing of the recipe. I love this message. My spirit is re-inspired to show up and keep showing up to the ingredients of my soul's liberation. I know through past experience that this recipe is true and it tastes so good. I just need to stick to it and keep showing up. I had started eating some junk food the world was dishing out. My question was about trying to decipher the bad taste in my mouth. It's time to nourish myself again with a daily recipe. Simple. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, Brian. Together, such beautiful sharings. It's like you are speaking directly to me. This is clearly the recipe that answers all my questions. And the deepest gratitude and exuberant loving. Puppies, puppies, puppies.
That's good. That's
Thank
really
you.
nice. Yeah, I was going to say, the statement itself, I don't know if there's really much we need to say.
No, not really.
Yeah.
It says it.
Karma and neutrality. Here's the question. I'm getting up close. If it's all God experiencing God, or all God whose karma is this? Whose karma is this? Recently, I had an aha moment that neutrality is accepting what it is that God is experiencing now. So go with the flow. Love to all.
That's good.
Very good.
You have to realize God put us into this creation to have experience here. And that what we are is an essence of God. We are a part of God. So we are God in God's creation having experience. So it really is God having the experience. It's his lessons that he's learning through us, through what we are experiencing. So that's very well put.
And what originally the karma was from was an aspect of God called reflection or time and space or Lucifer that warped on itself. It was literally an energy of movement that was supposed to be reflective, but instead of being reflective, it turned in on itself. It's that turning in or warping on that created, if you want to call it an imbalance, or created the setup for what we call karma. And that aspect of God that did that now, even though that, if you want to say, is Lucifer's karma, we as soul that have come here, God wanted us to come here to learn about God's self and what this aspect is. And the only way to do that is to go have experience. So when we came into this creation, we then took on the same semblance that Lucifer did, and that we can call the ego structure. And so as the soul took on the ego structure, that's the vehicle by which now we can experience what we call karma, is just simply a way of saying the vehicle by which we can now experience this creation. And that vehicle is the ego structure. But it's also karma. The ego itself is karma. The vehicle itself is karma. Because the ego was made in the likeness of Lucifer, just like the soul was made in the likeness of God. And it's just a vehicle for that. So the ultimate answer and the core of that, that's what I'm trying to answer in a big general sense. Then as we go deeper into it, we have all of our individual karmas, which are all the things we experience in life. But it's all an aspect of Lucifer karmically, and it's all an aspect of God spiritually.
So it's God learning about God.
Literally. God learning about God. What is karma? Unlearned lessons. So God's learning about God. God's karma with God's self. It's funny to say that, but it's really the truth.
So keep rooting God on. Learn the lesson so we can go home.
There you go. Root him on. Die, die, hate, hate.
That's not the
That's
root.
not.
That's God learning about hate and dying through fear. No, I know that's why I make the jokes, but everybody wants to make all that bad and not. But it is part of God, and until we accept all of that, we're not going to complete the lesson. Once we accept that level of hate and darkness, the lesson's done. As long as we resist it, judge it, fear it, we don't learn because we avoid it. We keep it at bay. When we come into acceptance, we allow ourselves to now move through it. And it's that moving through it that we learn through the experience, and then it's fulfilled and done. That's why I make the jokes like that, because that's the stuff everybody avoids. So I try to make a joke to keep it light, to make it easier to let go and just move through these things. And I say this over and over, but people still don't seem to hear me, because when that fear kicks up, everybody goes in the same mode and totally forgets what I've shared a million times over and over. So there you go. Don't avoid anything.
We'll hear it at a billion.
Yeah. Don't avoid anything. Soon as you accept the darkness, the evil, the hate, when you accept it, you open the door to loving. The loving will come in and fulfill it. When you deny it and avoid it, you've closed the door to loving. I know, because I have been in the places the only thing I could do was open the door to loving. And then the grace came in and it just all cleared and lifted. But as long as I resisted it, it kept going on and on and on. I'd keep returning, keep going through, until I finally realized what was going on and what I needed to do. And as soon as I let go and just allowed it, it all transformed, because it allowed God's loving through it all.
Now that's how you keep the chaos going, or you bring the chaos to a close. So that's good.
As long as Lucifer doesn't let God's loving in, this creation will keep going the way it is. The day Lucifer can open up is the day it'll be done, which will happen at some point.
Meditation train. My recent journey has been one that has been quite amazing over the past few months. I've been doing the soul alignment meditation from 2006 every day, and the forgiveness meditation regularly. I am meditating the full 2.5 hours as much as I can. I have worked the LAF relentlessly, and I'm now starting to see things on the physical reflecting back this to me. I was listening to the talk today, Celebrate You as the Child of God. I have never felt as much love as I received whilst listening to Jim's words. In a dream during my daily meditation, I was standing at a bus stop where there were lots of people. Everyone kept getting on the bus, and I was left at the bus stop. I went into a cafe and met a man. We were chatting about life. We decided we would go to get a train. This man had the most amazing twinkling eyes. We got a ticket and sat in the train station. The train pulled in, and the funniest thing was this train was circular and kept moving round in circles. We did not get on the train. I also had, in the same meditation, whilst following the purple light, a face started to come present. I got so excited, and then my mind went into, is that the face of God? I started chasing the face, and of course, it got further and further away. Thank you for being the stand for all of us.
Oh, was there a question? Was that it?
That's it.
Okay.
I think, if anything, it's saying that you're learning to not give focus and attention to the world, but you're focusing on God. And you're beginning to see in that more and more of your own true spiritual essence. And there may be a lot of trains that come along, but you don't have to get on every one of them, and including that one, even though it was round and going around and around in circles. That's the way the world works. It goes around and around in circles, and that's called evolution. And so the fact that you didn't get on that train means to me that you're choosing not to play the game of evolution anymore and really working on the inner pathway of soul liberation and seeing the face of God and going after that rather than the world. So that's good.
What's funny is there is a train that
Yeah.
literally, the train track is the purple light, but the train literally goes through the etheric realm, and it moves along the purple light, and a train is a vehicle that is used, and it's often the spiritual teacher who will get on the train with you like that. So that is a good example, but of course that train is just really just a straight track going from through the etheric realm into the soul realm. And so that was really good experience to see the one in the circle about evolution rather than the straight one that goes through the etheric and the soul. But that's how it works. You often have to recognize the evolutionary process first and choose not to participate. And by choosing away from that and not doing it, now is how you give yourself freedom to now do the other one that'll take you into soul. And that's how it works. I sometimes say it is, first we're going to wake up to see the truth of the illusion before we'll see the truth of truth. And that's a way I call self-realization compared to soul realization. It's just a step-by-step process, but that's how it unfolds.
Yeah.
So one leads into the next. Just like the blue light will lead into the purple, which will lead into the white. Step by step.
An inner experience. Hello, Jim and Brian. I have seldom had direct experience with the sacred name, but a few days ago I saw the names as a staircase kind of rolling forward beside me. At the front of the names was a sleeping baby being held there and moving forward as the names moved. Can you offer some insight, please? In loving.
That's really nice. I mean, that stairway is the stairway to heaven, or the soul realm, and the sleeping baby to me is the Christ child. That's your soul that is literally, you're seeing that as asleep. Because when a soul comes into this creation, another way we say it is we go to sleep. Just like Rumi's poem, wake up, and don't go back to sleep. And the child is always representative as that child of God. So to me, it's saying that you're beginning to wake up now to your own soul, and you're seeing that it is fallen asleep by being in this creation, because you're approaching the stairway, and it keeps going further out because it may still be asleep, but the further you go along the stairway, eventually you're going to go up higher and higher, and then that's where the child will begin to wake up. And that to me is you seeing that process of that child of God now asleep and just walking the journey home. And eventually it'll wake up, and you'll begin to now go to the next stages of that awakening process.
And really it's about your awakening.
Mine?
No, but the person's awakening to themselves, to their own soul. So that's very good. Excellent.
That's what I just said.
I know, I just thought I'd put it in a different word.
What is the difference between merging with the Son of the soul and the Son of God that presents?
What is the difference?
What is the difference between merging with the Son of the soul and the Son of God that presents?
The Son of God is our soul. The soul is the Son of God. Every soul, Jesus, you, me, everybody.
S-U-N. What's the difference between, I think what she's asking is, what's the difference between merging with the Son of the
Okay.
soul and then
It's a
merging
big difference.
into the Son
Yeah.
of God?
Yeah, it's a big difference. But you merge into the Son of the soul first in order to begin to experience the true you. And in that true you is God. That essence of God is there. Then the essence of God begins to search out its home, just like the consciousness here is searching its home, which is the soul. The soul now begins to search out the home for itself, which is God itself. But when you merge into God, it's a whole different experience. It's similar to the merging into your own soul, but it's much bigger, much bigger. And I mean, there's no way to put words to it. You have to have the experience, I would say, then to understand it. And then if you understand it, that's amazing too, because it's beyond the mind. It's beyond anything that the mind can comprehend.
Did that make sense?
No.
That's why I'm asking you, because if that didn't make sense to you, it's probably not going to make sense to the other person.
Well, make sense of it then.
So the soul is like I was describing earlier, the soul is like a small ball of light, and then the sun is God, Sat Purush, in the soul realm, the sun and the soul. Same thing, same essence, like God said. Our consciousness here is a divine spark out of our own ball of light in the soul realm. And so that divine spark, we first merge ourselves from here in the body through the realms and into the soul in the soul realm.
At the top of the soul realm.
And then that soul of who we are, that ball of light, then merges into the sun that is God. So that's literally now where we, the soul, begin the process of merging back into the ocean of loving. That's why it's a big difference. The first is merging into your own soul, and then the next is beginning now to merge into God.
In the realms of spirit.
At the top of the realms of spirit.
The top of the realm of soul that goes into the realms of spirit.
That's what I mean. Merging into God is moving now into the realms of spirit, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I had something to share, but there's one more. So I'm going to let this person go, and if there's time, we'll just see. Okay. So thank you for your feedback on my questions this evening. So wonderful to hear. In your feedback, you talked about the male and female polarity. Is this about the union of the male and female energies in me? So this was the one about the aircraft and the, okay, and the dad and the mom.
Yeah.
I'm aware that I often take on, or thought I should take on, a male energy in the business world. I also know that sometimes I use a female energy to hide behind and negate my power. Is this about the balancing and union of this and the balancing of the male and female spiritual energies? Can you comment with much love?
Well, yeah, because that's the step to soul realization is first self. The male and female polarities will come into balance. And at some point, they'll actually start to merge. And it's that merging that is then, in that process, now we are released from polarity. That's how the child is born. It's very interesting because just like here, when a male and female procreate, they have a child. Well, in spirit, it's the same way. I shouldn't say in spirit, in the physical spiritual realms, the male and female polarity will come into balance and then merge, and out of that, a child will be born. And that child is the beginning of our soul consciousness waking up. That we'll see it first as a child because it's just woken up at the top of the mind. And now as it traverses through the etheric realm and into the soul, it'll then drop even that looks like a child and become the ball of light. There's that transformative process is what I'm trying to say. And so that child is born out of the union of the polarities, and that merging of them is now how it becomes one and now neutral. So it's no longer a polarity, but it's now neutral. It's no longer male or female. It's just one, and that's loving. And then that child, the soul that comes out of it is that loving essence of God that is neutral, that is neither male or female. And now it is free to now traverse the etheric realm and now go back into the soul realm as that ball of light, and then the other part we talked about previously.
You know, another way to look at it is that in the soul realm, we're one. In the soul that we are one. There is no polarity. There's no negative or positive flow. It's when that energy comes out of the soul to come into this creation that it has to take on polarity, because this world is polarity. And so what happens is that essence of soul that comes into the world takes on the feminine, and the soul at the top of the soul realm takes on the masculine. So you have the bride and the groom. And that's what the spiritual marriage is. It's when the bride goes to the groom and they join as one, and the polarity is no longer there, it's oneness, that the two become one. And that's the key to all the spiritual journey. Then the oneness searches out its root, home, place of origination, which is God. And so then we travel all through the soul and spiritual realms to get to God.
That's beautiful.
Okay,
It's very clear now.
good.
So in meditation today, it was really quick, flash, and all of a sudden I was witnessing Spirit come and pull me out from underground. And when I came out, there were rocks falling off my head, and I knew that I had been buried under rocks. And Spirit lifted me out, and there was like a tombstone head behind me.
A what?
Like a tombstone.
Oh.
It didn't say anything on it. It was totally blank. And yeah, it was just kind of in a flash.
Well, to me that would be that there's a part of your consciousness that's been buried for a long time. And it may be a part that you've never wanted to look at or deal with. Maybe it's a sense of responsibility or burden. Maybe it's a judgment of something that you've placed on yourself or others have placed on you. And so you've just been buried in that. And now, with all that you're doing now in your life, spiritually and physically, you've freed yourself of that and been lifted up. But God is the one who pulled you up. Is that right?
Absolutely, because I had a look of kind of stunned. I was stunned.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because I was witnessing it and I knew it was me, but it was a male body.
Yeah, and that's it. The male is the soul and the female is in the world. And so you're freeing that part of the female energy that has been trapped in the world for so long through whatever reason. And it's now been pulled up and derooted, if you will, from this world, so now that it can merge with itself in soul.
And it's really the body that is that tomb or cave. Just like Jesus rose up out of the tomb, or Lazarus is one and the same, a cave or a tomb. Every time I've had so many experiences where I've dropped back and fallen, going down, down, down in the darkness, it's literally just in the body. And that's where you literally are seeing coming up out of that is coming up out of the body, because the body's just dark. It's a cave. It's dead. It's the soul that gives it life. And so it's showing you the tomb, the body that is dead. And that's literally another way that this pathway is described. Just like Jesus helped raise Lazarus from being dead and come out of the tomb, that's what initiation is that the teacher, just like Jesus, now by giving initiation, it gives life to the soul that in a sense has died in the tomb and is buried in the body. And so initiation, literally that's what it does. It gives us life now, and then we can rise up out of the tomb to take on the new life, which is spirit. And that's exactly it. That's where the stories come from. All of them. A cave in a tomb, that's often the same thing back in the day in that regard. So that's a powerful experience, and it's pretty awesome. And it can be symbolic, even coming up out of this physical creation as you go up in the higher creations. There's always the microcosm and the macrocosm, the inner and the outer. And we'll experience it very similar oftentimes, or somewhat different depending on the level.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a part of me had been buried under rocks and just got freed, you know.
Yeah, to me that's just saying that you, the soul that has been buried in this world, in the tomb, is now rising or risen, coming out of the tomb. To me, there's nothing written on the tomb as a blank slate because it's done. If there's something written, it's probably just sharing your past karma. But to me, saying it's clear, it's mean you're free now of the past karma. Just coming out of the tomb is saying you're free. But nothing written on it to me is saying that your karmas are wiped clean. That's what the grace does with initiation. Regardless if you're male or female, ever coming out of that, to me it's the same thing as far as the liberation and coming back to life.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen The Walking Dead that are zombies and souls in them. It's just crazy, wild stuff on the inner. That's why it's so awesome when somebody wakes up out of their death, because this world is death, and the body is death. So that's really cool. I could say a lot more about it, but I don't want to say too much because each person's going to have their own experiences, and every one of them is just as valid as the other in the journey of awakening. And it is stunning and awesome, so I'm really happy for you in that regard.
Thank you. And then I went back into meditation, and then after some time, all of a sudden, I experienced just an opening at the seat of the soul and spirit coming in, and it came all over my face like Twaji. And then in the experience, I was like, how's God going to give Twaji when we're all meditating? And then it just went like right out of the seat of the soul. And it went out, and I saw it just go disperse across, like just, and I knew it went out to everybody that was meditating and beyond. And it was just like the most incredible experience. And then I was back in my body, and then I just felt spirit right at the seat of the soul, just there for everybody. It was really, really amazing. So I just wanted to share that for those of you that were meditating. I definitely experienced an action of the grace going out.
That's great.
And that's what it's my joking aside, because all the rocks are off your head now from the previous one, which even though I'm joking, you know, my jokes have truth, and that's a lot of the truth. Once you clear that, then the Holy Spirit can work through you in greater ways. And to me, that's a great example, especially back to back. So really, I'm not joking. Because once you come up out of the grave and you've come back to life, the Holy Spirit is the one that's done that with you and given you life. And so now that you're among the living and being of service, Well, that's why we're of service, to be a vehicle for the Holy Spirit now to work through us to serve those that God is assisting in coming home. And so you've now had a wonderful experience because of facilitating and leading the meditation and how that really works and how God can use us as vehicles to do the service, to assist everybody on this pathway that we're doing. And it's awesome stuff. Oh my God, it's the best. All that loving that just pours through. That's why I started doing this. I just wanted to be in that flow of loving as much as I could. And I found service was the next best thing along with meditation to do that.
Yeah, and the thing that stuck with me with both those experiences was I was totally aware 100% Spirit pulled me out of the grave. I had no part in that. Spirit did that. And then again, with this action of service, I had no part in that. That was completely 100% Spirit. And I knew it and I saw it and I was just, I guess what I realized when I came out of it was like, oh, that is when you say the anchor points.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not about the person and the personality and the physicality. It's about Spirit having a point in creation to be able to express and share and offer its grace, and is doing the action, like doing it all. God is the doer. And I felt like I was literally nothing but an empty shell.
That's good.
So both experiences definitely left that impression of, okay, God is doing everything. I just need to look up. Like it was just so clear. It's all happening in meditation.
And now you're seeing how that really works.
Yeah.
Well, even in all the sharings, it was all awakening. People were awakening to the greater Spirit within them. And it's very, very touching to me to hear these words from each individual about what is happening in their spiritual life as well as their outer life and how they're moving with that. It's exciting, it's moving, it's just wonderful for me. So I'm grateful we do this and get to hear all this.
One last one of gratitude and appreciation. I think it's sweet. I'd like to share it since we have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It just came in a little while ago. I just want to say thank you. I love what you, Brian, shared about accepting it all, even the really dark stuff. When you shared, I saw how I don't need to take on anything as personal. Just focus on my soul. Use the tools and get more deeply rooted in Spirit. I am so grateful for you, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, and all your sharing. I am knowing more each day that I am in God's hand, being moved through the experience. Just wow. Amazing grace. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful.
Amazing grace. There really is God doing it.
Oh,
The more we meditate, the more we allow God literally to be in the hand of God and God to move us about. And that's where really God honors our choices. That's where freedom of choice is, and God doesn't impose. But when we truly ask and invite God in and totally surrender to God, then we get to go along for an amazing ride. And a lot of everything we're hearing is what happens and a whole lot more along the journey. That's why I love doing Q&A and people getting to share and ask questions. One, all of us benefit from it, and hopefully in sharing into questions as well in that, because I think it's good for all of us to have examples so that when we do have something like that ourselves, we know we're on track. Because I know a lot of people, when they haven't heard things, there's always a lot of wonder and doubt. And the other thing is, and also in being able to share about experiences, hopefully it's giving greater understanding so that we can just move into acceptance and acknowledgement of our experiences so that we can keep getting the greater freedom and learning from it all. Because I know I've had inner experiences, and then when I've had questions, the questioning's held me back. But when I've been able to share in a Q&A like this and get an answer that makes sense to me, I go, oh my God, that makes sense. And some part of me just naturally lets go. And I'm at peace, and then I just move on. But when I don't have that, I can feel it holding on and holding me back. That's why I love Q&A, just for that sense of release,
Yeah.
as well as the understanding, as well as being able to learn from other people's experiences, because that's helped me immensely. It gives a different perspective than just me or you or Kelsey or somebody sharing. It's nice to hear all the different perspectives, because believe me, there's a lot. If you've noticed, we've been able to answer just about every question because we've actually experienced all these things.
Yeah.
But we're not going to always talk about all these things because we just know then that could get in the way of people having their own experience. That's why you see Jim and I stay to a pretty simple sharing in just core things like the purple light and the sacred name, rather than, even though we do to some degree, rather than the details of like a lot of the individualized experiences we've heard today and a lot during Q&A. Because that we want to wake up naturally within people when they're doing the journey, and it always does. That's why we're able to answer these questions, though, and talk about them, because that's what happens for every soul on this journey. And we've had our own experience, so we're able to share about that. But that's also how we know when it's a real experience or if it's somebody's imagination and they're just trying to create something to try to feel good about being on the pathway or just feel good about themselves because of some fear or insecurity. And that's okay, because we all have to work through these things. But we want to also acknowledge when it's a real experience so we don't mislead people or they don't mislead themselves. And the other ones where we are misleading ourselves, to try to help bring us back on course and to really keep doing the inner work so that we do really keep moving along that stairway to heaven, literally, or the train or the airplane, or there's so many different vehicles, it's amazing.
That's it?
There's one more. It's about a CD, a title for a CD. My brother got a difficult diagnosis of stage 4 lung cancer. He is doing okay now with treatment. I experienced deep emotional shock back in late August hearing about it. I love him so much. It hurts me knowing he's in difficulty. A friend suggested I listen to Jim's talk about a French teacher he had whose son, I think, was dying or had died. Jim, do you know the title of the CD or what year it is so I can find it on the website?
My goodness, I don't. That I do not know. And it may be, I don't know that it's on the website. It may be one earlier, before ILM formed, that I gave it. And we have tapes, but a lot of them we don't have disc of it. I just don't know.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I
though.
wouldn't even
Oh, my
know what to
goodness.
say because there's so many talks on the website. I don't know if that's on a CD or not. I'm sure it's probably on the website, though, under one of the talks.
Okay. P.S. Sign me up for the cat, dog, kitten, puppy retreat.
Okay.
Loving
Oh.
to y'all.
Great. Oh, just to say, though, even if we can't find that talk or CD, what you're going through, well, one, any of the talks are great, but that's where when you're really hurting, doing the LAF can really help, as well as the meditation and just giving your hurt up to God, your prayers up to God, and inviting God in for yourself as well as your brother, but especially for yourself, because if you hold a place of fear or pain, that's not going to serve you or your brother. The more you can open up and allow the loving in, it's going to serve you, and then the loving can now move out through to your brother to serve him on his journey as well. And that's really what you want. So work with that, I guess, if we can't find the talk.
Okay.
Somebody else listening to this might, if that's the case.
Email
please
info.
write in and let Kelsey know at info@ilm.org, and we'll forward it.
Perfect. Glad I read it.
Yeah.
And then the one that wants a recipe book,
Uh-huh.
not something on the website. I know this world of technology, but a small, simple booklet that we have next to us on our night table to read just before bed or in the morning with coffee before or after meditation. I would be honored to donate the funding for the printing of a new booklet of Jim's recipes and have it mailed to all initiates worldwide.
That would be
That would be
really
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
For real. And if this person wants to actually even start writing up the booklet for us, that'd be even fantastic too. Seriously, why not? I hate to say it, we've got so many projects and so much on our table to handle, it's hard to really get it all. And I know a lot of people don't understand that. That's why we get a lot of requests, and believe me, it's hard to keep up with it all. If we are able to, we will, or in this case, it's Jim. But literally, this person, if you have something, a real good idea of what it is you're talking about, please write an outline, if not the whole thing.
Or
Write
even
us an outline.
transcribe the talk.
Yeah, or transcribe
we
the
can
talk, or
play
write
it
an
from
outline
there.
and forward it to us. That would help tremendously.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a great idea. Would love that. And that's also what, like our Christmas calendars and things like that. But those are quotes, I know, but this is very specific about the recipe and all the ingredients. So,
Well, hurry
Great
up
idea.
and do it so we can send it out as a Christmas gift.
yeah, really, seriously, that'd be awesome. For real. That'd be great.
Well, I need to get a copy.
Thank
of
you.
the
We
talk
do like your
myself.
idea, just so you know. I wasn't
Yeah,
poo-pooing
no,
the
that's
idea
very
at all.
good. That's a very good idea. If you're willing to participate that way, then I'll do
Yeah.
what I can.
Okay, that is a wrap.
Very good.
Awesome.
Wonderful day. Thank you all very much. I really enjoyed it. So many blessings, and I feel blessed.
You are blessed.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
You thank them.
And as a reminder, you can rewatch this broadcast in probably less than 60 seconds. It will
Wow.
stay up on the site on this exact page that you are on right now till the next class. And all the videos recently are on YouTube. So if you want any of the talks from 2020, starting back in January, I believe, or February.
February, yeah.
They are all on our YouTube channel. So until our website is ready for the new launch, please go to our YouTube channel and you
Yep.
can watch the meditations. You can do the 2.5-hour meditations if you need that support to do your 2.5-hour meditations. And all of the talks by Jim and Brian are there in video format.
I love it because even like for me, I listen to talks as part of my meditation. So I'm not watching the video. It doesn't matter, but I have the talk playing even off of the video and let the talk be the first part of my meditation to lead me into it. And then when the talk's done, I just keep on meditating.
And the site at YouTube is Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light. And do subscribe so you can get back into it very easily.
Yeah, please remember to subscribe to the channel because this next month we're going to go in there and make it subscription-only base. So, but it's easy. You just click it on or click it off. It's that easy
Yeah.
to subscribe or not. You don't even have to put in any information. So.
And if you don't trash your emails from us, just do a search in your inbox because
Yeah,
I did
it's right
email
there.
how to subscribe and links, and Tanya and Abe made tutorials, and it was
That's right.
all in that email. So if you don't normally trash your emails, go back and look in your search. And if you did, then
Well, even at the last part of
ask
the...
a friend, ask another initiate.
Yeah.
Maybe they could forward it to you. But as Jim is saying,
The last page of the notice you gave for this talk, for everybody to sign in or whatever, it's at the very bottom of that page for YouTube.
Jim reads our emails.
I do! And I remember it.
Bravo. Hey, everybody. If Jim can read our emails.
That says a lot.
Thank you, Jim. I totally forgot that I did that.
Yeah, no, it's right there.
And the broadcast email you got on Tuesday, I believe,
Yeah.
it's right in there. You click the link, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, you got it.
Brilliant. All right.
Okay.
Come here.
Well, it looks like Kitty Cat just woke up from a nap.
Yep.
Is she like Q&A?
Time to give her attention now. Come on.
All
You're
right,
still
y'all.
sleepy.
We love you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're still
you.
sleepy.
Stay safe and stay spiritual.
Bye-bye. Thank you all very much. Love you
See you next month. We're looking forward to it.
very much.
Hope you have a good one. Happy Halloween. And then next time we'll
And All
be
Saints
saying,
Day.
yes,
And
and All
Soul Day.
Saints Day. And then next time we'll be talking about how grateful we are for
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
That's right.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.